I would fight for the motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what
this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come drive me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めよう 安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげえ気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地域をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on. Another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight. moonlight dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? That never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. It never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? That never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. It never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom, With you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son,
guys, it's LPL Internet. Welcome back, guys. It's a bloody good time to be here as we start off playoffs. My name's Hysterics, and I only had to open like that because of the way we decided to make an intro for our opening of playoffs. Again, Hysterics, joined by Kitty, who had to suffer through that. I don't even know what we went through, but Kitty, it is a pleasure to join you for our grand opening of our big run of playoffs, as we always do.
That was a bloody good one, Hysterics. Let's just go full British for the remainder of this playoffs day. But yes, I'm so excited for my first ever LPL playoffs, and I'm sure the fans are too.
I hope so, because again, there's going to be a lot of new teams we're talking about, a lot of new configurations. But before we get to that, let's again cap off where we are, because it's been a couple of days without LPL, and we have to look at week number 10, of course, as well. Look at our best of the rift before we take that final step away from the regular season. Now, Leave getting MVP, or at least best rookie of week number 10, Kitty, is where we can start here, and it's good that we are going to see more of this man, obviously in the later end of playoffs, because he has been stepping up massively, especially in his debut split.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion around who the best ADC in the LPL is right now, and I've always been a Ruler fan, and this person, Leave, on our screen, he has been getting kind of chucked under the rug for me, but I watched that series up against CT. It was a 2-0 going into EDG's favor, but without Leave, they couldn't have done it, and I believe he averaged 38%, like right there, 37% across 2 games on Desire, so he is an absolute nutcase when he is given the carry to potential to carry.
Insane, right? Again, debut split and getting best rookie of week number 10 is a great way for him to cap it off. Now, moving forward, JDG holding 3 positions here in best of week number 10. Not a big surprise, considering I feel like JDG, Kitty, really rounded out as we kind of expected to, especially with how they opened. They finished on a strong note too.
JDG has always been that roster to be expected in that first place, but of course they had some rocky games in the middle of the regular split. But in the very end, they still made it, as they still have Ruler, Knight stepping up. I think Kanavi honestly has had a huge adapt throughout the regular split alongside Missing, and their synergy together has been great. But my eyes can't leave Scout and LNG, because I think Scout is going to be my bias tracker for this split one of LPL. I am Knight's biggest fan, but I think everyone knows why Scout deserves to be on this screen right here, and he is just so good when given all the resources, and he really is why LNG is sitting in that third spot.
Again, what a great addition, right? I think one of the best off-season moves, joining up with Tarzan. Further to that point, I know in playoffs when we eventually cast this guy, it is going to be a big talking point, how he syncs up, making that mid-jungle the strongest in the LPL, maybe one of the strongest in the world, depending on what people who watch us can kind of add to that value as well. Let's just quickly talk about Scotty here. 11 KDA in that final week. Kill participation all-time high. Again, 80% for a mid laner. Does feel kind of based as well. So, Kitty, a really nice way to finish and cap off our regular season with, I think, one of the best regular season players as well. Like, his MVP count was insane. And I think it kind of just shows again that Scout has had one of those splits that you can recount and say, well, yeah, he's in form.
I think he's sitting on around 17 MVPs throughout the regular split, but, you know, looking at these statistics, first for KP and KDA, he's that one kid, or your relative, that your Asian mom always compares you to, because there's always someone better than you at this, and Scout is literally that person. I'm getting flashbacks right now. Please, Hysterics, take me away.
I love it. No, that's such a good reference. 17 MVPs was right. 5 more than JJ, who got the most. So Scout is definitely going to be our regular season MVP. Let's be real. But LNG we won't see until we get to that lower bracket, until we get to round 3 as well, folks. Let me just give you a bit of an understanding of how this works. All the way up until Game 7 and 8, which is JDG and EDG sitting, it is single elimination. The LPL format works like this. If you lose a best of 5, you are out until you get to that round 4. Again, where JDG and EDG are sitting, that's when it becomes double elimination. That's when you're in the top 4 and you have a lifeline. But Kitty, until then, it is a very hard run to make, especially for our teams in round 1.
Yep, double elimination for JDG and EDG, so they will be sitting very comfortably seeing 3 buys in the upcoming weeks. But like you've been saying, we did not expect Weibo Gaming and LNG to be sitting in that 3rd and 4th spot. Honestly, anyone could have come first in this regular split. And
True.
I'm really excited to see how we advance throughout the playoffs because there's so many unpredictable predictions to make, as I believe we actually made a graphic for the classes.
But you know what, Kitty? We don't need to see that because everyone's going to then look at me and say, Sterix, why did you go for TT? Because I did. I predicted
Wait, you went
TT.
for TT?
Of course I did. What did you do?
Well, I went for not JDG. I went for RNG.
JDG. I was like, man, wrong game. What are you doing? All right, well, that's good. That means we've got some balance on the cast. And look, we're already getting players on the stage. Kitty, what matters here is what we go forward with and kind of set up our teams, right? Because TT starting off with this team, Hoya, Beichuan, Yukao, Huanfeng, and Yao Yao, this is their debut into playoffs. TT, as an organization, have never made playoffs in their history. And Kitty, this was a nice surprise because this team already started developing in the previous split. They put together their roster. Huanfeng joined in, and it's just like a perfect mismatch, or I don't know what you want to call it.
A perfect TT team, in my opinion, because like you said, it is their first split, making it into the playoffs, and I think they also had a very dominating start to the split. They did get a little bit wobbly, like we've been looking at the statistics, where they were struggling up against the remaining playoffs team that did qualify. But something that really took me by surprise is that TT has a very flexible playstyle depending on their draft. And I think this really gives credit to the man on your screen right now, Yukao, and of course Beichuan and Yaya, where they generate so much early action. And I'm really excited to see what these 3 guys have up against RNG, who also love a good bloodshed.
I don't know if he's doing like, I mean, that was obviously an arrow. I thought it was like a Rip Bozo at first. I thought, man, Yukao coming out, like, been watching a bit of Twitch or something. But at the very least, look, again, the core carry. Kitty, we need to mention that Yukao has had such a wide, diverse champion pool and has improved upon the skill that he had last split as well.
Yeah, I mean, his entire champion pool is the most unique, in my opinion, when it does come to the current meta. A lot of these mid laners just default to the mage, but when you talk about Yukao, you think of the Tristani, you think of the Yone, and that has become a core identity of this team for TT, where they strive of playing from the side lanes. And I think Beichuan, when he is given something that is super aggressive and can play towards the side lanes, that is really where TT shines.
And again, TT with their placement, finishing off the regular season as 8th seed. Going up against them today here in this best of 5 is RNG. They were 9th seed. TT actually finished up above them. And Kitty, even though RNG got the regular season win at 2-0, I think we need to mention that, you know, TT have gotten better as the split gone on. And for RNG, with this change in roster this split, with Angel coming in, with them also not having Ming for the first half, it felt like a bumpy ride to be an RNG fan for spring.
Yeah, and my biggest point for this RNG, as we are taking a look at the playoffs form, is that it's not really fair to compare their regular split performance because they've had a lot of shuffles when it comes to the roster. They had Tangyun for a little bit, they had Bunny as the support, but like you said, with Ming and making his return onto the roster, he really is the general that RNG so dearly needed, because I think ever since his return, RNG has been able to play with so much qualities where they're able to punish the enemy when you do get into those sticky situations and you find them mispositioned, and he's just a very bright voice when it does come to direction. And Wei, on the other hand, I think he had a bit of a struggle when it did come to regular split, but with the meta evolving and him being very comfortable with the utility champions, them as a duo together, it's really nice to see on the Rift once again.
It is again, and it's just been great development. I think for RNG, losing Xiaohu was already so much. RNG losing Xiaohu was their direction, was how they played League of Legends. Again, he was the linchpin that made RNG so successful, and I think Angel, while being a supportive player, it's going to take a while to fill that role. Even a split isn't enough. People can argue at home as these two teams now head onto stage. Ladies and gentlemen, just kind of remember that we're looking at RNG and TT, one of them going home in the first round. Now, TT might be in their first playoffs, but Kitty, RNG are very familiar with playoffs. This team are 2-time MSI champions as well. Wait, sorry, 3-time MSI champions. Almost got that wrong. And RNG in recent history have just kind of been the team to beat at internationals, especially after spring, where they were known as the Spring Kings as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty big shocker to all the fans out there, and it is going to be very sad to choose between TT and RNG because RNG, they are the old names of the league. They are the classic LPL team that everyone knows for those international events, but TT, the rising stars of this match specifically. So it's going to be really hard picking favorites, but I do want to talk about RNG as all the players have settled in. Angel and Ming have been looking spectacular, and my sentence to describe them is that their playstyle is very one-dimensional, but it's not predictable because if you think about it, RNG, it's all about Gala. Man's an absolute crazy person when you're given the Kaiser or even something like the Aphelios, but the way they get to that stage is so interesting because I think it all just plays off this one specific champion in the top lane, and it is called Sion in Breed's hand.
Okay, so you want to see a front line, right? Because Kitty, if we're looking at Gala, we know he's a big Zeri aficionado. Like Jinx as well, being back into the meta or creeping in is a big plus for him. So you're telling me for RNG, we should be looking towards what, front to back kind of team fights playing out here?
Yep, so I think RNG finds the most success when they do play those front-to-back team compositions where they have clear direction of an engage or looking for those picks, because something that I've noticed throughout the regular split is that RNG utilizes their vision control very well when it comes to these major objectives, especially with Angel and Wei pairing up together where they have, or when they're given a duo with a lot of mobility, they do just pick up one by one the stragglers from the enemy team, and they're able to just fight of numbers advantage when it does come to those major objectives. But the biggest problem for me for RNG is it does come to the support pick, as Ming, he is extremely good when given something like the Nautilus or even the Blitzcrank. He was very interesting to, I guess, experience as a fan, but when Wei isn't having someone that can direct him in these team fights, he does look a little bit exposed up against even the lower tier teams where he just often gets caught and fights for those team fights that have already been lost.
And again, like dying with the ship is kind of hilarious, but also it's an important point for RNG as a whole. On the other side though, Kitty, I want to quickly talk about TT because I think this team needs defining when a lot of it feels like it's based around UCal. A lot of it feels like with UCal, games are carried as well. There's a lot of tension through Beichuan, even Yao Yao, who's come into the roster. And it is nice to see that, again, the faith is not misplaced.
Yeah, Yao Yao is a really interesting one because I think he is the only support in the LPL who's stuck to his traditional melee supports, and he's very happy to play something like even the Alistar when most of these melees have been banned out. And that does get the tempo going on very early, where Beichuan coming in as the rookie of the team, he, I believe, is a carry player, but due to the meta, he had to adapt and pick up something like the Wukong. But with Yao Yao also just making all these plays alongside Yukao, which I think is going to be the star of this match, it's going to be really interesting to see what they prioritize, because I think the biggest difference between RNG and TT is that TT really prioritizes their Rift Herald in the early game, but RNG on the other hand, they always invest all the gold plates. No matter without a Herald, they just get those gold plates online for Gala, and they always go for those early Dragon Soul spikes.
Man, what an intro though, Kitty is. I'll be looking out for those Heralds for TT, but at the very least we can talk about that more going into game. Playoff starts here. Folks, don't forget that for the LPL, we go back to back to back to back. So the winner out of this series will be playing only in a couple of days yet again. That's a minimal amount of prep, as Kitty, we know they've had time to prep for this one, considering that straight away, RNG have lost 2 carry 80 carries against Gala. As you were saying, Gala is the linchpin of this team.
Yep, the Zion Zeri have been taken off, like you said, but I'm sure that TT is more than happy to do this, since Huanfeng, he is that 80 carry that's more than happy to pick something like the Veg or even Ziggs bot lane, where he's willing to just go even up against a superstar like Gala on the other side of the team. But even for RNG, they're targeting down Yukao. There's a lot of targeting in this first banning phase, but the Annie is going to get locked in, which I would love to see that going into Yao Yao's hand. I think Yukao is way too important to be put on something that is utility, and I think Beichuan, they just need to get the ball rolling very early on. Well, on the other hand, RNG, Wei, he has been really reliant on this Vi or Wukong pick ever since the Maokai changes, and that needs to be paired with Angel, where he has something that's comfortable to play off, like something like the Ahri.
Okay, well, something that can get the strength in the mid 2v2 is what you're telling me. So for RNG, we'll have a look. At the very least, folks, I forgot to mention, There were some rumors about 13.6 coming up, but LPL is still in 13.5. So 13.5 still here. We're not going anywhere for the whole time of playoffs. It's going to stay here for continuity, as we're going to get the Wukong versus Vi. Bit of a shame, but at the very least, Cannon comes out. So, Kitty, there are a couple of circles being created now from TT.
Yep, Cannon has been a very popular pick in 13.5, especially blind, but I am going to be a little bit scared for TT since something like the Silas is still up and available, and this Sion pick, we mentioned it before, it is RNG's vital pick when it does come to those early game wins and cheeses. Yep, 90% win rate over 10 games. So Breathe has only lost on it once. And the series that comes to mind is the one up against Ultra Prime, where they replicated a very similar strategy that LEC BDS did, and they pulled it off successfully. So I'm really scared for TT when it does come to those early levels, because we know RNG, they're very creative. But with the Aphelios getting locked in for RNG, there's going to just be so much focus down on the bottom lane, but still, Huan can just adapt to a utility AD carry, which he's very happy to take.
Again, Jin is what we'd know him for, especially the global audience. Something that has been seen so much here in the LPL has been moving more towards the Jinx, which is now taken away by RNG. Thresh on the other side too to pair up with the Aphelios, and I like that they're getting rid of the Draven Kitty. Some of the strength in that 2v2 to be created that is now being denied. The Thresh is a good note, though, considering that we normally see Ming on engages to lead the team. And as you were saying at the start, Ming on engages syncs up so much better with Wei. It's a reliable source here. So a good little takeaway, as RNG also lose that Ari you were mentioning before.
Yeah, but with the R getting taken off, there is still the possibility of a LeBlanc being locked in for Angel, as that champion has been rising in priority ever since the Q changes, so I'm not going to be surprised if he does opt into that. The Nautilus is going to be the natural response, since I don't want Ming on Lulu. I think he needs to get the ball rolling early alongside Wei, and especially when you already have such a stable win con when it does come to the late game. You just need that stability for the early game, and Angel saving that counter pick. LeBlanc is still on the table for now.
Okay, so we'll just have to find out and see at the very least what option they want to go for, because for TT, Aniflex still available as Varus gets locked in for Huanfeng. And this is something here for the man who has played this the most alongside the Zeri, been one of his most successful champions alongside that Aphelios. So TT had a bit of range here, while Maokai's being questioned as well. Remember that we have a top laner, right? But like, is it Maokai support? Well, I guess hovers are hovers, right, Kitty? This would be much better. A takeaway from Ming. Rather, he's already got his Nautilus, but rather a takeaway within the lane itself. So we get some pretty good CC lock. As now, Kitty, let's find out, what does Angel do?
Angel's just gonna lock in his typical mage, as there isn't too much danger when it comes to TT's team composition in terms of DPS. I'm already a little bit confused by what TT has locked in, because Varus, I'm not the biggest fan ever since the BT and Overheal duo when it comes to champions like the Aphelios or even the Jinx that do just thrive of lifesteal. So if you do decide to opt into something that is like the poke Varus, it's going to be very sad, since you poke them down and they just heal it back up. But when you do go onto the on-hit build, you're up against something like the Scion, where I think your range is so short, killing the Scion is going to be impossible since you just don't have the DPS for it. However, we have seen AP Varuses being introduced in the LPL, and they build Rabadons and the Zonyas.
Oh, yeah. So that'll be interesting to track the Varus build at the very least. It's an opening game here for TT with their debut into playoffs. And Kitty, I want to just quickly touch on RNG's comp, because now with Rise, with Aphelios as well, what did we say coming in? We literally, I mean, you said it, and you were like, hey, front to back looks good on RNG. Kitty, what have they built here?
They're playing front to back for this game one, and I'm really surprised that TT let open this Scion. This is the pick that RNG has kind of been relying on for the recent weeks, and I guess Hoya, he does have that Gwen available, but he is not too confident when it does come to the 1v1 matchup. I believe that he does struggle a little bit, but Hoya on something like the Cannon, which I personally enjoy, he's very good at finding flanks when it does come to these major objectives, and that is exactly what RNG is most afraid of, as you do have the Aphelios, who doesn't have too much peel.
Well, going into the opening of LPL Playoffs of 2023 Spring, it might be up to Hoya's great initiative on the Cannon. It might be up to Huanfeng to survive this onslaught. But either way, it is up to both TT and RNG to showcase class. Round 1, the opening of spring playoffs, RNG versus TT. Loser goes home, winner has another round to play in a couple of days. And all I can say is this, Kitty, BLG will be watching this one with bated breath to find out who they're going up against. Either way, it's going to be a long run for these teams if they can make the impossible reality. TT, welcome to playoffs for the first ever time. You guys might remember in the past, it was Sino Dragon who Gala was actually on in their debut in 2019 spring. That team developed to DMO and then later to TT. Different organization, very different squad, so it is TT's debut. But Gala took this original organization to playoffs in their very first split, Kitty. So it is nice to see Gala going up against them, and especially with Angel going up against Wanfong, old Suning members. We've got a bit of rivalry here in multiple classes across the Rift.
Yeah, I still think Suning for that Worlds final was one of the best finals that we've gotten in the Worlds internationals. But of course, a lot of rivalries, like you've been saying, across the Rift. And I'm excited since we have the win con set out for both of these teams. RNG, they're just playing front to back, very straightforward, and it's all about Gala. As Angel, he is on something like the Rise that isn't as explosive, but it provides a lot of utility. While on TT, a lot of CC. But do they have enough damage, as they do need this cannon online ASAP to provide that burst of DPS?
You made a good point about how he plays and operates in the game. Flanking angle is going to be huge here. As Wei, meanwhile, we're going to point out this is a bit of an invade on the top side blue. I'm not sure if he's spotted on a ward, because you can see, Kitty, there's some good raptor wards, some entry wards in the tri-brush up the top lane. Surely Wei would have been spotted, right, going for this endeavor.
Nah, man just queued over and he is unspotted as RNG. I do want to see Ming linking up with Wei, as they are on such aggressive picks for this early game. But as Breathe is on Sion, I'm not expecting too many plays being played towards the top side, as we do have not a lot of damage when it comes to the Rise and Sion when it comes to the trio.
Good gank. Again, he was spotted out, but Wei's not moving. The stun up is beautiful from Yukao. Max the flash, get Conqueror fakes one. The first kill of 2023 playoffs goes to the Monkey King.
Angel being a little bit disrespectful, as Yukao just held onto a stun that entire time, in a very beautiful first blood going into TT. Wei is getting a little bit desperate, trying to make a respawn play in the top.
Oh, misses! Wei didn't even flash. And TT get away with it.
He knew. I mean, to be fair, Beichuan looked at his blue and he's like, where did it go? So Wei had to be in the top side, and Hoya respected that beautifully by just dodging the Q straight away, but Beichuan is going for more.
The timing is huge. He did it mid, now he's doing it top.
He's
TT
dead.
open playoffs with 2 kills against Royal Never Give Up. What an opener.
Oh no, how is Ming ever going to link up with Wei if there's already 2 kills in the solo lanes going over to TT? This is where we want to credit Beichuan being such an active jungler, as he just has that aggressive nature in him. Being a Wukong who is traditionally known to be weak in the early game, but he's just getting these ganks pulled off, as this ward doesn't spot him, which is... Oh, it does spot him.
It does.
But
they know he's there.
They
Why
just
does
don't
Wei...
care.
Surely not.
I mean,
That's just so greedy.
Angel just didn't really expect the flash Q, which is a guaranteed stun, and with both of these flashes committed, Angel is dead, as he just wanted to push in the wave. I'm not too sure. I think Angel has adapted to this playstyle where he's constantly looking for that mid priority, as it's just become a habit, and sometimes a little bit of disrespect just means the first blood going into the Wukong's hands.
That is just more than disrespect. That is just unbelievable. RNG not only get punished there, Kitty, it's a topside kill as well, where you were saying to me moments ago, a lot of TT's comp revolves around the fact of Hoya getting ahead early. Now, already with that kill, we can say exactly that. Already building up a bit of a CS lead, and a dominant laning phase against the Sion is to be expected from here on out as well.
Yeah, this Hoya pick for this game 1 is going to be very important, but my eyes are onto the rune pages that Huanfeng has decided to go, which is the Comet, so that does signify it is going to be a poke Varus. And I believe I saw in the rune pages that Gala went over heal, so he is just going to default into BT even first if he wants to. I'm assuming he is going to go Gale Force, since there's going to be so much CC or lockdown from the side of TT when it does come to these major objectives, but that's still up to him on what he decides to build. So team fights, Huanfeng, when he does get those items online, which is low economy, TT will be looking to win those mid-game skirmishes when it comes to the Dragons.
So then walk me through a little bit about how RNG mitigate this, because Kitty, the early game has already been pretty dreadful. RNG have been outclassed now in 2 different lanes through jungle. You were saying that Ming needs to link up a little bit with Wei. Are we waiting for the level 6 mark? Are we looking for Ming to start getting out of the lane with a solid push here? Like, what is the plan?
Well, RNG has a lot of good setup as well. The Vi, even the Graviton from Gala. Another kill in the mid lane!
No way. Is it going to come through? Angel doesn't have flash. Again, the damage is good. Tibbers chases him and Angel has to walk out. Kitty doesn't have teleport, doesn't have realm warp. He's got to stay and absorb this wave.
I'm pretty sure he only lived because he chugged 2 refillable pots straight away,
Yeah.
but Angel is having a very tough time as Wei is just counter jungling as the Vi, but you can't really out-farm as that Vi since you want to be the active jungler for this game 1, but Beichuan is doing your job and even starting this first dragon.
Sacrificing a lot of camps for it as well. Wei now looking up towards the top side, but Hoya's backed up and Wei won't find it. The Herald's not up for a minute 32, and Kitty, now I got to ask that question again. Tell me what you were going to say about RNG trying to mitigate this early game.
Well, RNG, their team composition is very good late, but if you get 2 behind in this early game, which is currently already at 2-0, and we see Angel down around 10 CS as this wave gets pushed in, it's going to become a very big problem because how are you going to get to that late game? RNG, they can find angles since you have the Gravitum, you have the Realm Up available as well now. But Wei is just not anywhere near this bottom side and always hovering Breathe, but I don't think Breathe can carry up against Hoya.
And Kitty, I think there's something important to note as well is when you talk to me about TT's comp and utilizing Hoya's angles, you know, the poke damage and getting some of this burst down, I think when you're ahead in the early game, when you're able to clear turrets and open up the map a bit, get some of that deep vision, but TT especially, Kennen thrives in chokes of vision, or rather lack thereof. When Kennen has no vision he's competing with, and it's such deep warding coming from TT, it feels almost easy to get some of these flanks off.
Yeah, but the good thing about that is that RNG has already set up so many beautiful wards in the topside jungle with the Herald spawning in 20 seconds. You see Ning already rotating first, but TT, they are known to rotate 5 people towards this first Herald, which Gala has already realized, and he's going to be there first. So it does seem like RNG is going to prioritize his Herald first, which is kind of breaking up the usual tempo of what RNG is comfortable with, since they are a mainly Dragon prioritizing team. But this is going to still be very good, as I'm expecting it to be dropped in that bottom lane.
It's already going down pretty quick as well, so as we just take a step back to the contest, it doesn't really exist, even with Yao Yao making the move. For now, the bottom lane that you speak of is Huan Feng's by right as he pushes up the minion wave, but TT looking for a fight after the fact. Yukao has Tippers again, but stun is one off, while Huan Feng just hits away in the turret. Not an on-hit virus here, Kitty, but still enough DPS to get at least 1, maybe 2 turrets with more minions denied, as he's not going anywhere.
Look at where Gala is. He's top lane now. They're lane swapping his Zergs. And that's exactly what RNG does best. When they have the sound, they say, screw it, the bottom lane's winning or losing in this fact. We're just gonna swap it. Is he gonna solo kill him?
He did flash away though, chance corruption after the fact, and I guess that answers that question. Kitty, just like game 1, although a little bit later, remember in the regular season, that was when RNG pulled off like the early game lane swap against TT.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you saw that promotion of RNG. They're like, we smashed you once, we're gonna smash you again. And I guess they're gonna do it the exact same way. But RNG, they are looking like they're gonna go back to bottom lane. Wei is going to drop it right here as Huan Feng doesn't have that flash anymore. And Ming level 6, this is going to be very dangerous. So Beichuan needs to hover this.
Well, it's Huan Feng without chains, without flash, looks to get exposed. Wei's patience might pay off here, but Huan Feng reading it out. He's going up towards, well, where's he going? He's going with Yao Yao and Beichuan. He's playing it so very cautious.
But he's going to be down a wave, I guess. He just can't walk up because Yao Yao and Beichuan doesn't spot Wei here.
He's like, I've got to come in eventually, right? Wei now going to see Beichuan on a ward. Huan Feng eventually moves. How many minions did he miss? Absolutely none so far. So for Huan Feng, that was just, I think that's a bit of experience showing, Kitty. Patience being a virtue as well, where a TT are really on the ball here to start off this best of 5.
Yeah, RNG, you always know that Wei is going to drop this Herald for the ADC, so Huan Feng sensing the Vi very close by as she was able to get a lot of that lane ward priority from the earlier play. TT, Yaya, and Beishwan holding hands very calmly together, just gets rid of it, and Huan Feng, of course, did survive for that 30 seconds. But yeah, this is a great start for TT because you do want to get those items online for this lethality Varus, who is slightly low economy compared to the Aphelios items. And when you do get the poking online before Gala gets that BT, this Aphelios is going to be very killable for these dragons.
I think as well, you know, when we get that item on Varus too, we know that for RNG Kitty, they're going to be trying to walk into him. But the poke's just going to be so much to deal with, and we'll take a closer look towards the dragon you just mentioned. 30 seconds till it comes up. I want to also note, Hoya with his Hextech Protobelt, that's come in nice and early too, and he might not have TP, but he might need to move down as Yao Yao absorbs the damage from Angel. Good little bit of poke here, but apart from that, RNG are in the river first. 15 seconds to go before it spawns.
So you said Hoya doesn't have that flash available. So RNG very comfortable with just overcoming the vision control that TT has managed to place down. I'm just looking at the CS gap in top lane because I saw Hoya zoning off the side for ages, so I want Breed to just rotate because you're already losing so much in that top isolated matchup.
True. They don't care, I guess. They got first dragon, they're like, whatever. They're willing to give it up to TT. As you said, no teleport available. So for RNG, as they start this dragon up, it's taken long enough. The isolated matchup continues. They want to pick. There's Graviton. Great line connects onto Yao Yao, but it's a Leona. Solar Flare flashes away from. When you ever engage a Leona, Ming too far forward, poked down. The Varus Savage is there. Kitty, you named it. As a double kill goes over to UCal. TT are smashing down RNG in their first playoff. This looks easy.
They were so split hysterics. They spent everything onto Yao and they didn't even kill the support Leona without Hoya, might I add. So that was just RNG disrespecting their own ground and being so overpushed and desperate when they have a scaling composition. You don't need to do that. But I guess Ming doesn't know his limits anymore.
I mean, RNG, because this game one is all the wrong things we saw. Kitty, in the regular season, RNG filled us with a bit of dismay, a bit of question marks. Like, TT are exposing them completely now with a 4K gold lead. They got that dragon off the back of it as well. And there's nothing right now that you can say about RNG. It's like, oh yeah, hopefully scaling comes into it. Meanwhile, the game could be over in 15 more minutes at this rate.
Yeah, Gala did set up that kill with the Graviton, but you just don't have the damage to ever fight a 4v4 right now. And TT having the amount of chases that they have, the purple and green gun isn't gonna do it for this team fight, as you just straight up lose the 4v4 as they were too overextended.
Again, just great gameplay, TT. Oh, there's iBoy in the background. We haven't seen him yet, but he's like, I wish I was there. At the very least, he sits by and watches on with the rest of the coaching staff. TT, I might even get excited about this one. There's a flash. He gets him. Doesn't even need the ulti. Rather, it was used a bit earlier, but Hoya with a solo kill. Welcome to your first LPL Playoffs champion.
Hysterics, we desperately need Wei to do something because the scoreline is currently 6-0. 2 dragons as well. I just don't see this fight doing too much as the Scion getting killed as well. 30 CS down now. It's so hard. Maybe an ultimate here?
Realm Warp. Okay, there's the flash. The ult under turret is good. Hoya has nothing to use, but Wei's taken one. Too many shots. Angel takes the rest. He ain't dead. As you said, we need to see more from Wei, but there ain't no Wei in this game, Kitty.
There ain't no way from this game as he's just gonna get away 2-0 because Angel just doesn't have the damage. We're gonna take another replay of what happened in this top lane and how Breed got so low. But with the Proto Belt in Hoya's hand being 30 CS up, also a kill in his pockets, he just can't ever win that 1v1 when it comes to pure damage. I think Breed was a little bit too greedy with his ultimate. Held on for a bit too long. He could have gotten out, but unfortunately...
Poke, incinerate, hail of arrows. That was just clean. RNG, I don't know what you're doing, but like, let's be real. TT are making them look even weaker.
And TT's just going to get this Herald for free once again. I mean, this is a very wonderful game one for the side of TT. And definitely showing up to RNG that they're out for revenge, Hysterics.
With a 7-0 start, revenge for the regular season, a 2-0 as you were saying, and the games did look quite dominant, all in all. RNG now down 4,000 gold in their opener. Double Dragon already went over, and we look at the items being picked up. That Varus, who's now stacking his tier even more so. The Yomu's start as well. Kitty, the Cannon, as Yukao, by the way, getting first turret casually in the top side. I was going to say the Cannon, who is very close to a Void Staff. He's just picked up 1250 worth of stats towards that second item. Hoya's level 12 as well.
Whoa, Hoya's level 12, Gala's level 9. How is he going to survive these team fights, guys? I mean, Ming does have the exhaust, so hopefully when it does come to the next dragon, which is going to be spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds, Ming is going to spot out Hoya from that flank or even just walking straight up and pop that exhaust perfectly, because I don't know how this AD carry is going to survive from a nearing 2-item cannon, like you said.
It's so easy. It's so easy right now for TT. That's all I can say. The Cannon, who we said, again, had to get again. Sounds like a broken record, but Kitty, Hoya was sometimes, let's just say, the linchpin to TT also finding losses. In the regular season, I feel like Hoya showed some brilliant games, but then also showed some, I don't know, questionable moments where it felt like the rest of TT had to carry him forward. So it is really nice to see that TT have come into playoffs, and this player who can sometimes be a bit of a weakness has been one of their greatest strengths in game number 1. For TT, their strength continues compounding because mid's going to get another charge here. Herald opens it up. The game's getting closer towards 6,000 at 16 minutes. Dragon is theirs for the taking. In 45 seconds, TT should have this like a bag of snacks. I don't know. Bag of
They're
chips,
hungry.
man. I am
hungry.
starving. Yeah, TTR too.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the map state. We said that RNG, they thrive on making these picks from the amount of vision control that they're able to set up before these major objectives. But without that, RNG looking extremely exposed, and there is just no kills going on for RNG. Maybe they're just holding on to the thought that they can get to 3 items. They're praying that Gala does his Gala thing and just dances on TT. But when you have a Varus or we have a Leona or adding with the flash, Hoya nearly having the flash, and now Salt Point, I'm not too sure if RNG can just keep giving these major objectives over for any longer.
And he fired an Annie as well, that when you engage, has Zonya's already built up too. And for TT, got full control of this objective. They'll be heading to Salt Point this early on. And it has just been a bit of a masterclass in round 1 of playoffs so far, but only from one team. Ocean picked up, okay. Ocean Soul. Oh, Kitty, I had to say it. Let's be real. RNG look like headless chickens. And I think that's the one thing where, you know, you don't always have to criticize one team for another team playing well, but RNG have been pretty clueless. I don't know, you don't have to take a stance on this. I can go down with the ship if need be, but it does feel relevant to say.
Wait, talking about headless chickens, do you see what Breeze's building? That's a hull breaker first for Sion.
He's, I guess he's just going to be permanent side laning. Now's not the greatest time to look at that as Angel, you're too close. But they are looking for Yuka.
Breeze is just being a little sneaky Sion in this bush, which is very classic of RNG, but I think it's a little bit too late. 18 minutes too late for this bottom lane bush cheese. As I'm just assuming with this hull breaker getting picked up, Angel and Wei need to play towards just Gala. You can't play towards the Sion anymore. Get out. Go away. Let Sion be and just hover Gala, because TT just has so many activating tools where it's going to be extremely dangerous without that QSS.
All right, so let's start that timer towards the next dragon. Let's look and see what RNG can do on the route of those picks. It's more like TT opening up the last outer turret at this point. Sion is heading top, so Breeze, you can see Kitty. I think he altered to get further through the wave, and now he's going to the inner turret. RNG are collapsing on this, committing to this, but Hoya should be able to match, meaning that, again, TT just get a better trade without much traded by RNG in response.
Yeah, with 3 people showing in that bot side, Wei is just going to counter jungle on this Vi once again, which honestly hasn't done too much. But Breathe looking in that hull breaker for this game 1, it's not Breathe anymore, it's the Breathe, if you know what I'm saying. He's going to send in the side lane, because TT, I mean, to be fair, he'll get to this point where Hoya doesn't have the damage to kill the Sion anymore, and Hoya is going to be forced to 5v5, but we don't know how late that game is going to be, because he's still working on his second item.
But that's what you're saying. You're saying that there is a time with RNG. Again, if RNG can stall this game out, and yes, it's 5,000 gold, But Kitty, if RNG can stall it out further, next Dragon seems to be key in doing that. Maybe finding themselves a sneaky Baron to delay the game, then RNG have a chance despite how horribly the early game went. But still, Kitty, if Ocean Soul goes over, do you can it? Do you feel like it's too much to give away? Or maybe for TT, it's not enough for them to kind of collapse and end the reigns of this game one?
I think something that is possible is that RNG can give up this 4th Dragon Soul and work towards the Baron. Just sneak it at 28 minutes and just YOLO it, because this game state is so doomed. All outer towers already gone. You can't really walk up after the Dragon Soul gets taken as well. There's just not enough economy to build Hilka either, where it's going to be really tough. But RNG, if they're going to take a chance, this is it.
Well, they're going to lose mid-turret in the meantime, though. I will say that.
They
This
know.
chance is a little bit dangerous as they're backing off. TT don't have vision for the time being, so Base One needs to get in there. Control ward down. Baron resets. They still have the inside track. Inner turret still goes down. And RNG, what they achieved there is losing more map control on a whim that TT seems to be aware of.
That was a really lucky spot up by TT. If you spot behind the Baron pit, there was actually a very sneaky ward placed by Yaya, and I believe that Gala Blast planted over, and that's the only reason why they scored that the RNG was missing on the map, even though no one was protecting that tier 2 tower in mid lane. But how is Yukal already on 3 items in 21 minutes?
Great question. And I know you use the word economy for Huanfeng, low econ build. Like, mid isn't top. We don't have a Rabadons, but still void stuff.
That is so unlucky from the replay.
Yeah, it really is. As you said, Kitty, nice find there. The ward from TT. I think, again, that's where the compliments have been coming from. TT are very switched on. The warding coverage has been great as well. And even look now, that same ward exists around the Raptor pit as well to watch the entrance towards Baron. The map otherwise might be very blind, but that's because, Kitty, we're getting 30 seconds towards the next Dragon. The Soul for TT, that would deny an Ocean Soul from a front-to-back team as well.
And Hoya currently doesn't have a TP ward to work with just quite yet for this Dragon. So it is going to be a little bit tough trying to find that flank angle. But there are so many flashes online. Hysteric double void stuff for the side of TT as well. Gala needs to cleanse everything with that one button or he's just gonna die.
I was just ready for H1 to jump in and kill the man. As now for TT, Solarflare forces Angel to flash away. RNG is split here. 2 members in River, and look at where Wei is right now. He has to rejoin the team. He's looking for a flanking angle, but as Dragon starts off, mid-wave's getting pushed in, and TT, Kitty, they're drawing this one out. They're waiting for RNG to overstep.
Behind as Yukal and Beige1 haven't been spotted.
They're trying to run. Breathe is going to be the one to see them first of all. Tanky enough for the time being. Gala not hit by an arrow from Huanfeng. TT now group up as 5 yet again, as you can already see that virus damage, 775.
What
and the
is
fight
Angel
hasn't even
doing?
done anything, as that Realm Warp, it's nothing, you're right. Yukal gets some damage onto Wei, the jungler, as they engage the Gala. Almost dies as the Gale falls out of there, but Hoya may have sacrificed his own life. However, look at Huanfeng attack. Angel has no Realm Warp. We saw it used before, as Breathe is getting destroyed by TT. The Thunder, if it could talk, it would be screaming right now.
I'm screaming for a Gala. I thought he was gonna die, but I think the mentality of RNG for this game 1 is gone. 4 dragons, 1 herald, and now the Baron also is on the plates. This game should just be over by this point, because that was the last fight that RNG needed to take. As just look at Hoya in this fight. He just flash ults Gala, and he's pretty much gone. Without that Bloodthirst either, he can't rejoin the fight, and Breathe not enough damage to finish anyone off. As his Q also got stopped by the Cyclone, there's just no damage at this point, as they were just so far behind in that early game. Angel using the Rumble very weirdly, might I add, from earlier on this fight. RNG looked so lost.
Like, again, it's just crazy because RNG are meant to be Spring Kings. Now, that mainly came from Xiaohu, but the thing is that RNG is an organization. We're known as Spring Kings as well. They really adapted that, and it was kind of cemented when they won their 3rd MSI, Kitty. And it's kind of just crazy to think that RNG, as a team that, yes, lost Xiaohu, it's huge, but still regained Ming. Got Angel, who's had some pretty decent splits and always been an above mid-tier mid laner, and kept the rest. Now struggling against Thunder Talk Gaming in game 1 of their best of 5ers. TT are collapsing around the Baron now with an Ocean Soul. They've got 6,000 gold in the lead. And Kitty, we have an Elder in 441. Like, TT are so massive to the point where UCal even has a Magi's. You could keep listing out these details, and everything right now would continue showing you that TT have game one by the husk.
Angel is now also sitting on 15, but like you said, Angel replacing Xiaohu. Very big shoes to fill in that mid lane. But I think Angel is just a little bit too inconsistent when it does come to the early game, and RNG really exposed for that as well. They have no idea that this Baron's getting started.
No, well, at least they have an idea that it's somewhat in the vicinity. Way's coming through, trying to buy time for Angel, but look, Ming's caught out. The friendly neighborhood Tibbers. Ming flashes over the wall, Huanfeng can't reach, while Angel has spent this whole time getting turrets, so it is a positive play for simply a flash. So RNG should be happy that they're getting at least something, as Way has to just get on out of there. While Angel is getting some objective bounty and continuously hovering, trying to threaten while TT go back to Baron.
RNG is really lucky since TT burnt all their flashes for that soul point fight. They didn't have anything to just stop Wei from going on the flank and trying to be sneaky around the vision on Baron. But now, I mean, they're just starting it again, and Angel doesn't look like he's going to be rotating.
Well, UCal sitting on the back end. Breathe is here first, and you're right, Way's not even nearby, so Baron has been kaput. As for TT, ulti dodged away by Hoya through the mid lane. Gale forced away from Gala. Solar Flare was huge, but Ming burnt his flash before. Again, just like Angel's ulti, I think Ming is going to get bitten in the bum as hang on, Solar Flare rather. Zenith's blade from Yao Yao with the flash was a bit out of range. UCal's still going to try and chase this one up, but he's just going to run past Ming.
Oh, Ming!
Not sure about that one, champion. Call an ambulance, but it ain't for UCal as RNG get 12 deaths now against their name. And Kitty with Baron, this onslaught is going to be horrendous against our red-sided team.
I'm really sad because Huanfeng, he is going to go, or he's not going the AP build just quite yet. He has a stopwatch available as he does believe this game is going to end in the next 3 minutes with this Baron push now working towards that mid and also the top tower as UCal does rotate there. But this game, Wei is desperately trying to find angles, but he's so squishy, he doesn't even have the ult.
Breathe needs to ult himself. Huanfeng going to be decimated smash, but RNG aren't pulling the trigger. Huanfeng against a tank, he's a lethality virus, and he's doing that much because Breathe hasn't had the time to work with Kitty. A great showing as H1 now meets his way. There's the realm warp, everyone's getting in. Yao Yao will block it for now. His solar flare is up again. Ming slowed down as Breathe joins in, but H1 just solos out Way. Monkey versus angry pink-haired lady, and the monkey wins. As UCal follows through, Breathe is out of there with his own little drifting maneuver. But TT might have just secured the game. 3-2 rather, members down. RNG's base is getting onslaughtered, and so many people came in favoring RNG, but Royal never give up. We're going to have to give up on the back of this Nexus for game one. Thunder Talks debut into playoffs, and they hit hard.
It starts game one, 15-1 kill. RNG got 1 kill over 30 minutes. And that was in Angel's hand. I mean, TT kind of just made amateurs out of RNG, but that's not the case. I'm so shocked.
I just can't believe, again, with the crazy emphasis we had on RNG being able to front and back, being able to, I guess, never give up fights, but also being able to take everything with a hair's breadth because Gala was able to carry, that we get into this game one and it was just all over the place. That dynamic wasn't there. The concentration, the control. I think RNG, when they're on fire, Kitty, can be quite controlled with how they set up some of these fights, but it was just a messy early game. Like, that was one of the worst games of RNG I think I've seen all split.
Can we check Wei if it's Wei? Because he wasn't bot lane once that entire fight. We were talking about how Wei is that person who lives in the walls of bottom lane and gets Gala ahead. You had the Nautilus set up. You had Gravitum available for the Aphelios. But my man was allergic to bottom lane. And he was failing to find any angles in topside either. Where Angel, on the other hand, he was just in another world of his own.
I just feel like we're looking at a completely different RNG. Again, different world. I like that. Because Wei is someone who, I keep saying this, like, when he has control, he really exerts it well. Kitty, I want to say, though, for TT, H1 in the early game, insane game. like on this Wukong, he had a really lot of influence. He was seen on Vision. Angel disrespected him, so he got a gank off and got the kill for First Blood. But then even the Vision evading and topside, the timing onto Breathe, set up Hoya to have a successful game as well.
How do you pull off a mid-successful gank and then the top one? Because
Yeah.
we know that double flashes were burnt for the mid lane, as Angel unfortunately fell since the Q was a guaranteed stun. Why did Breathe also die in the top lane? Why wasn't Wei around there? Wasn't Wei in the top side? There was just no countering from the side of RNG, no proactiveness from them either, where TT, they just got to do whatever they wanted in this early game.
And again, it shouldn't have been the case. I think RNG are to blame partially, but there are really good signs of TT there. Map control was beautiful. I think around the objectives, Kitty, their setup was really clean too. Even though RNG went for the Herald, like, okay, Huanfeng stayed bot. They traded their losses and Huanfeng got some plating, got more setup, and ended up having a great game himself on this Varus. Yeah.
Don't look at Gala's damage. 6,000? I mean,
But what do you
was...
do?
What do you do? Because TT, they came into this game with a plan. They're like, we are going to kill Gala in every single fight. And I think this is where RNG's team composition really gets exposed, where they don't really have a second carry as Angel is on the rise. I would have expected a LeBlanc where it's more aggressive in the early game. It pairs well with Wei and it sets the tempo early. But with Angel on the rise, I mean, you were just CSing in the mid lane, not rotating much with that realm of either, and they just crumbled across the game.
Again, just beautiful stuff coming through from TT. Seeing the 100% kill participation from Wei. He was there, he was involved, but RNG, you know, in the end, barely got a kill anyway. So a dominant start to our round one of playoffs. TT coming in red hot, and for game two, we're going to have to see if RNG can muster up and recover from whatever that showing was. And now we arrive at playoffs. That elusive time of the year where all of your practice is put to the final test. The moment where that single prevailing question is answered. Can you show up when it matters? It doesn't matter if you're a rookie or a veteran or, well, rookie. This is your shot at the trophy. This is what it's all been about. Keep your eyes on the prize as the world keeps their eyes on you.
The LPL are kings again.
Your heart of glass, empty and hollow.
Shy now, just infinite advantage in the top side. Has his ultimate, if he can find the stun, this could be a kill from the Shy. Flashes in.
Yes, Knight jumps in on the Dogger, who's forced to cleanse to get himself away. So they've already killed off Baolan. They're going to kill off a hell of a lot more. 3 kills, maybe 4, maybe make it a clean 5-0. JDG are having fun this game.
Flip back into the game. But Tarzan,
Oh
he's gone!
God, LPC gets sniffed out of existence, and so does LGD. LNG just methodically eviscerate LGD. No man's land escape right now. I don't think he can get out of this one. Yukao should come around the corner and pop his bubble. As Beituan chases him down. This is another big shutdown going over. Unless Leave can do something about it. Oh my God! ADG's Leave is on another level. It's you, your brothers in arms, and a shot at the title. You either go all out or you go home. So let's see what you're made of.
So it goes, though I am now alone, lying here in the dark. I'm stranded on an island, waiting for the day to find me, your band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First step like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in. Trust the beat.
目前这个成绩对我们 TT 来说是蛮好的。然后季后赛的话，我想，我们会准备好我们队的运营，然后英雄选择吧。我想对队友说的话就是，我们可以开开心心的玩游戏，也可以认认真真的去玩，但我们最好做好我们自己，然后一起开心的往前走就行了。
I mean, the vibe must be good because if Juan Fong is saying going together happily and seriously, but mainly happily, TT are obviously doing something right that we should probably aspire to. My name's Asterix. Kitty's by my side, and Kitty, I didn't get who MVP was for game one. I'm assuming Bei Chuan after everything that happened to Yucal.
Your boy Yucal on the Annie mid lane,
There you
getting
go.
the first 2 kills into the Wukong and Annie's hands, and this guy just took over the game. Honestly, he was the main initiator for all of these fights for TT, and just getting pick after pick, even Ming on the Nautilus getting put out of position was the reason why they were able to just pretty much have a perfect game up against RNG for this game one.
And we were talking about TT's comp and like, oh, you know, we don't want to see Yucal on something supportive, right? Like, he's the main carry. Kitty, it's like the ad, we got the tacos ad, Quiero las dos. Because UCal, the supportive Annie, turned very deadly as this game went on.
This guy had a void staff at 21 minutes. He was not a utility Annie, to say the least, but when TT locks in such a crazy composition and gets it online by that 15-minute mark, I don't know how RNG's ever going to play this. Look at this damage onto Gala. He just wasn't able to play the game. There's so much kill threat onto this Aphelios where Gala did so less damage as well. But my main point is still back to Angel just being a little bit disrespectful, pushing in the lane where Wei was also invading. So it just seemed like there was a disconnect between the mid jungle of RNG and Ming not having too much to work off since you aren't winning the top side, playing towards a Hull Breaker Scion. It just seemed like the plan was over since the very beginning.
Yeah, and again, like RNG never being able to enact it, the early game being scrappy. RNG, I don't know, Kitty, if they need a change in direction in draft, or it really feels like it's execution, right? Because I look at that and I don't go, oh, the draft is rubbish. I think it's a very RNG draft. It feels like execution was just on the wayside where, speaking of, didn't have the kind of impact that we wanted to see out of this Vi jungle.
Yeah, and this, like you said, Vi jungle, it stems back to Wei on this Vi for game one, where we didn't see any ganks in the first 10 minutes. The roles were honestly swapped around for Beichuan, and the Wukong was the one making all these skirmishing plays, ganking without too much setup even as that Wukong yourself. But when you have the CC in your own kit, the Vi just wasn't finding too much light, not even pathing towards ball lane at all. I think he just had the wrong idea going to this game one, just constantly going for the enemy camps instead of getting your teammates online, where you aren't a Viego for this game one way.
Yeah, I know. Again, you're not. Because if you were, maybe things would have been different. But even then, I think there's a lot to be seen for RNG in this series. And as we go into game two, Kitty, I'm wondering what's going to change. Because for TT, you have to remember that this team, like, I feel like they can be quite innovative drafters, Kitty. They do have multiple directions to play. Not even just with Hoya, but especially with UCal, right? In that first draft, it was the taking away of the Cassiopeia. It was looking at some of his champion pool they had to, I guess, disassociate from, because TT just have so many different angles, if that makes sense. Like, we've seen that Wanfong has played everything in the book as well. He even played the only Cho'Gath 80 carry in the LPL.
I feel like you just can't ever ban out or full-on target ban UCal for this first banning phase. He didn't even bring out the Tristana, might I add. I think TT's most iconic duo when it does come to the mid-jungle is Tristana and Elise. But with that draft going with the Annie and the Wukong, it still worked wonders. But I think this Annie pick should just get taken off the board straight away, as you just don't really have an answer for it. I think Angel, either you need to be blue side and pick the Annie away, or you just ban it straight away. And Angel needs to change his champion pool where he is able to be answer the Tristan or even the Yone when it comes to the side lane push, because I just didn't see too much from this Rise pick. And I'm not the biggest fan when it does come to LPL Rises. The only person that comes to mind where I think he pilots it very well is Shanks, and he's also in the players in WE. However, the Realm Warp not getting used correctly, just don't play Rise.
Yeah, I mean, look, Angel, one of his most played though, Kitty. That's a problem. Azir's up there as well, but we do know that Angel can play things like Jace, Syndra as well. Angel, when I think of him from his suiting days when he went to the World Finals, I think of the Angel that could play Akali, right? Which he has a little bit in this split. I think of the Angel that played a lot of the Twisted Fate, only come out once in so far in this split. And I think about the Zoe that him and Yagao were great on in some of their games. So I feel like Angel does have a very representative champion pool of some of our other great mid laners in the LPL, but it just depends on how RNG want to pivot as. Hold the phone. VIP seating in playoffs. Look at those couches. Hot damn.
I saw them.
Front row seat to TT, just absolutely dumpstering RNG.
What was it, 27 minutes for that game one, but we're gonna see the same bans from TT, but RNG has decided to take off the Vi instead. We talked about this before, where Sejuani is a very important ban for the side of RNG, where I don't think Angel synergizes the best in terms of his champion pool. He's not a very big fan of skirmishing champions like the Sylas or even the Jace, and mostly the melee mid laners. So if Beichuan gets this pick, which is gonna get locked in here, UCal is gonna have a bang of a time with the synergies that's gonna happen for this game too.
I can't wait. The possibilities endless again. Mid-champion pool is massive, and I have to count it at this point. 9, 12, 15 unique champions that UCal can now rely on. As Tristana is taken away with the Annie as well. We were talking about that. But Kitty, I want to mention that for RNG, maybe this is a better direction this time around. Wei has played a lot of the Vi, but the one he's played the most is that Wukong. And even hell, Breathe in the past was one of the best cannons in the league. So maybe a much better showing for RNG for Game 2 so far.
Oh, we really need an AD mid laner if Breathe is going to lock in the cannon blind. UCal, he has played the Cassidon before, and I know from just listing out Angel's champion pool, he has the Jace available, but it depends on how comfortable he feels when TT, if they're going to save that counter pick for Angel in this game too. But I can already see just the threat of this Yone getting locked in here, which is his third most played when it comes to his champion pool, and the side lane threat that TT is going to have for this game is going to be insane. Huanfeng, if he's gonna go AP, you can play Veigar, you can play Ziggs, lock in the Leona for the bottom lane. Just let UCal do his thing again.
You're spot on. You can do whatever you want from here. Again, just the fact that we're getting Yone, a change in direction. That's what we're saying. TT draft can be really flexible here, Kitty. And again, the core carry on something that can carry. For TT on the other side, Hoya going to the Gragas. Okay. Kitty, it does mean we leave the bottom lane out to dry a bit for TT, but I feel like we could just keep saying the same thing about the draft. And the fact is that TT so far have really played towards their comfort, which is what Huanfeng was saying in the interview.
Ooh, we are going to get the LeBlanc locked in for this game too. I honestly would have preferred a more for game 1 as it had better synergy, but now that you lock in the double AP, it's going to be very hard to play these team fights if TT does decide to build any type of MR, so you really need a hyper carry to make up for that lack of AD damage. Since you already see the Gragas and the Sejuani getting locked in, Merc Treads are going to come online straight away. And way on this Wukong, I mean, you do have the Thunderous Spike when you do get that Mythic, but it's not going to be reliable damage until the very later stages. But like you said, ADC pool very up and open. But if Huanfeng locks in a mage and Gala is trying his best to get any gold lead, it's just going to get diffused straight away.
It really is. And again, I'm so impressed by TT so far, and it feels like for RNG, they're going to have to show us something new. Coming into the bottom lane themselves, they've already taken away Huanfeng on the Varus. Remember, game 1 was the Aphelios, which is still there for RNG for R4. Draven banned away again. Kitty, maybe RNG just like, look, let's just put Gala back on the Aphelios again? Does that really feel like the direction here?
It feels like TT is trying to narrow RNG's choices and make or force Gala to lock in the Aphelios, but looking at TT's top side, you'd be more than happy to have an immobile ADC sitting on the other side. Something like the Jinx could also be an option, but you really need appealing support when you're up against a Yone and a Sejuani. And the Lucian does get taken off. That does mean Gala probably leaning back to the Aphelios, or the Caitlyn is also a very interesting pick, getting those kills online early, but RNG not having a lot of reliable frontline just quite yet, so Ming has to make up for that.
It'd be interesting to see at the very least if we do get that Caitlyn. Kitty, are you ahead of me or what? Because you were like, you're like the Caitlyn. I'm like, dude, I'm still watching the Aphelios. I'm looking at a Jinx, and I am seeing a Jinx. I'm like, where is the Caitlyn? Where's the Caitlyn coming from?
He hovered it for like a millisecond, so you must have missed it.
You can see things I can't. I was like, where's the Caitlyn? But you know what?
Eyes diff.
I close it up. Oh, we got cosplayers. Side note, Jinx is locked in. Yeah, sorry.
Jinx gets locked in and the producer shows us a Jinx cosplay. What a base producer. But of course, with these hypercarries getting left open, Huanfeng very good on the Aphelios and just tossing so much damage out in those team fights. Maybe a supportive or peeling support like the... Oh, okay, we have a Nautilus. I don't want Ming to play Lulu. If Ming locks in Lulu here, I'm going to cry.
He's going to, isn't he?
I'm gonna cry, no.
Well, blame Ming. Someone get onto Weibo and ping, because no one has to worry. Kitty's not going to cry because Ming is on engage. So you get your wish. You do get that engage to sync up with Wei. And Kitty, I'm kind of wondering about RNG's comp here because they deviated a little bit. It feels like we are going to get some of that team fighting in a very interesting way from RNG again.
Yeah, a lot of mobility for RNG in this game too, just from purely the LeBlanc and Wukong being that mid-jungle duo, but you really need to get those flanks online as you do have the cannon blind for this game too in Breed's hand this time around, so he really didn't enjoy the treatment that Hoya had for that game 1, so he's gonna go out for revenge, but I think Gragas does have a much better time when it comes to diffusing the 1v1 isolated matchup because you do have a lot of healing ability, especially if you do decide to go for something like the grass, where I don't think Hoya is going to go the Roa build where you are going to make up for that lack of AP damage since you have Yukal on his Yone and he is a very good Yone.
So is it really, just realistically for TT, about making sure this Yone can chill to the late game then? Because I feel like Yukal set up with the Sejuani. Laning's going to be interesting. Hold the thought, hold the answer, Kitty. Leave him in suspense because game number 1 showed us so much already. It showed us that TT were coming in well prepared into the playoffs. RNG on the other side looked clueless. And they need to show us something, otherwise this is heading the direction of a 3-0. If you think I'm getting ahead of myself, go back and watch the first game because RNG are now the ones on the back foot in round 1 of LPL 2023 Spring Playoffs as we head onto the Rift to get a Yone from Yukal. Kitty, I think now you can answer.
Well, is Yukal going to answer me and my prayers as you have the Sejuani and Yone locked in for this game too, and the mid-jungle skirmishes are going to be so interesting because we need Angel to prove himself and redeem himself from that game 1 performance. Even Wei on the Vi, where it was a very quiet performance from such a proactive jungler, which I think is where RNG thrives off, just getting those early wards down and invading the enemy jungle. But Beichuan is already going in for a ward.
Oh, yeah, but against the Sejuani and Yone, I'd be scared. At the very least, Chain does connect. We're getting to level 1, and this ain't stopping. Ming's here. Zenith Blade flash away.
Nice glacial.
TT Burner double flashes. One Fong is now here as well. Gala's here. And guess what? Yao Yao's joining in. Boys, even in playoffs, we like to 5v5.
RNG very happy with that, to say the least. They get a 2-for-0 flash trade. I was just saying that this Sejuani and Yone are going to take over the game, but now, 1 minute in the game, they don't have flashes anymore. So wait, he can just gank mid with that chain start.
Oh god, that's huge, isn't it? Again, double flash taken away. TT might keep someone who's on the bottom side of the map, but RNG burning none. That's how this game starts out. So Kitty, I feel like now for Wei, what, do you start looking at hitting mid? Do you start trying to abuse this early as the Wukong?
Yeah, you really want to be giving as much pressure as you can as Wei towards his mid lane push, as Angel, once he gets that lane party and is able to rotate around the map, that is what RNG looks the best in, as Gala is on this Jinx for this game too, and I think once this Jinx is online, unless Yukal lands a oh my god!
Zenith Blade cleanse, there's the Summoner Gaunt yet again. It is for Ming's Ignite, but a great trade, again favouring RNG.
A lot of aggression from Ming. He was sick of game 1 and how it went, so he's just landing every single E in this matchup now as the wave is going to slow push into them. But both junglers are pathing towards top side, and Wei's going to do the same thing again. He's going to invade.
Well, he's going to be seen on a ward straight away because it's on the cusp of that blue buff. So pings are going down. Beichuan now thinking, I can hit bot. Look at the stacked wave. Kitty, the only problem is, if you gank in that wave, you are kind of trolling with the amount of damage that'll come back. So looks a little bit dangerous. And I guess the response for now is there is no response. Wei's just going to take this blue buff for free.
Yeah, Beichuan is in a really awkward situation where the bot lane was getting hard pushed in by RNG, even mid, as Angel has that range versus melee matchup, so he can't even go for the enemy blue, and he just has to see his own camps getting taken by Wei on vision. But since TT is struggling to get that lane party in this early game, this is going to set this Sejuani's experience so far behind, and you need those ultimates online for these major objectives.
It's nice to see RNG doing more of their due diligence this time. You know, Ming even going to his own blue buff and making sure that Beichuan wasn't there. They were dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and getting some information. Beichuan's now spotted towards mid as he helps with the shove towards his wave. It looks like they're setting up for the scuttle in response, but Gala's already gotten it. Yao Yao moved up, and Ming and Gala just walked back to lane, very heavily handed. Double scuttle for RNG. This early game looking a lot more brilliant.
Beichuan looking a little bit shocked, honestly, from just the scuttle getting taken by Gala. The blue buff's still untouched, so he is now 2 camps behind compared to this Wukong. And with the Dragon spawning up very soon, RNG, their best play is when they get first Dragon, because I think they have the most insane soul rate where they get it by the 25-minute mark because they just rush it all so extremely early.
Hold on this though. There's going to be a bit of an invade. Level difference here for Wei. Is Permafrost there, but the longer Wei stays in the fight, the better. As Conqueror still stacking up. Yukal not joining in just yet. Angel does threaten though. Beichuan unable to get away with the steal. Kitty, it's a 15 CS difference in the jungle. Double right now for Wei is what he's supporting.
Yeah, and Beichuan is just gonna take the L and go back to his Krug. Oh no, this game 2 for Beichuan is looking so suffocating. As Wei, he isn't proactive with the ganks, but he's proactive with just how he controls the ganks. And with Angel on this LeBlanc pick, he has so much mobility where Beichuan isn't able to find the similar angles to gank such a vulnerable matchup in the mid lane. So it's
And I
really
think
well
as
played
well-
from RNG.
I think as well, to add to your point, that it's also the suffocating from the members syncing up with what Wei's doing. Ming and Gala getting bottom side scuttle. Ming actually roaming before and making sure that, well, Beichuan's not in our blue. He has to be finishing up topside wolves or clearing his bottom side camps again. RNG, again, dotting the I's, crossing the T's in this early game. Much nicer macro this time around as they've got a small gold lead. Kitty, 500 gold lead. That is, I think, coming at the time being with a small CS lead through bot, top lane as well, but mainly that jungle lead we talked about, that netted Way, able to pick up a Sheen here as his first real back.
Yeah, and Wei, one more full clear of his jungle. He's gonna hit 6 so much earlier than Beichuan. Once he starts forcing these skirmishes with also the Dragon available, I don't know how TP's going to be able to contest, even for Herald, which is in 2 minutes. But I think if your Sejuani is so behind, she's just too squishy. When you look at RNG's team composition, they have so much damage, and she needs her mythic online ASAP, or she's just a little small pig. Little
Small pig.
A small
Little
pig.
small pig. A real small pig. Yeah. Not even a boar, just a little piglet, man. I get you. You know, Sejuani, who even knows? I don't know where did she find a pig to ride? I have been in contact with a pig once in my life. I wanted to give it a hug, but I wouldn't get near it because those things, they'll ram you down. So props to Sejuani, ladies and gentlemen, who has the audacity and capacity to ride a boar.
Aren't boars usually really small? How does she even ride on that?
I don't know. I'll answer that after this because Clem comes out. Onbong's almost dead. The Ignite comes down from Ming yet again. He takes turret but doesn't care.
Always level 6.
And now setting up for the dive. Flash Zenith Blade. Wei coming in, as you said. Cyclone time not needed. Wei with first blood. Kitty, RNG have woken up.
Ming is mad and he is coming back with absolute vengeance in this early game. Wei also getting that assist in hand. I mean, this is the RNG we know and exactly what we want as Gala. Eating those plates very yummy once again.
Oh man, the gold already going over. The lead huge, as you said. Jungle this time picking it up as red buff will be taken back by Beichuan. A small little win, but remember, the kill already went down the bottom side. RNG have got the shove into the wave to deny minions from Wanfeng. Kitty, gold has just spiked up to about 1,500 here. Hang on, well, Hoya, I don't think he has kill pressure. There will be some good trading back here from Breathe. Half health for both of them now as we look towards mid. Yao Yao supporting just in case Yukal gets into any danger from Ming roaming as well. But Kitty, I'm more wondering about Dragon because it feels like RNG off the back of that success should be able to start this objective.
Yeah, Yayo, you do see him trying to make his way up towards that top lane. I'm assuming giving over first Dragon, but Ming landing every single E in this matchup where Wanfeng didn't have the clones available because he burnt it earlier. And Yayo, of course, being the straggler of this 2v2 was very unfortunate things as Wei was hovering around the side as Beichuan, still level 5 I believe at this point, struggling to force something on the other side of the map. And that is not where you want to be playing because your focus should be the Achilles and the Yone, not the Straggers.
It's just so ironic that game one was a bit of a jungle diff, and you know, again, it is just the other way around. And let's give credit where credit's due, Kitty. RNG's early game was set off the back of this cheeky invade in the top side, this skirmish that happened at level 1. They got the double flush out of Beichuan, out of Yukal. It kind of made the lanes a little bit more defensive and, you know, put TT on this back foot.
Yeah, also picking up that first Dragon like you said. This is what we want to see from RNG. This is the Gala that we love. And on a hyper carry as well for this game too. Not too much peeling, but he does have the cleanse available, so hopefully he's able to pop up in these team fights. But TT,
Yeah.
a lot of dispositioning, so it's going to be a little bit tough. But Beitran playing towards his top lane again.
Hoya has flashed. The ulti flashed away from by Breathe. Also having that summoner available, and Hoya doesn't pull the trigger, but at the very least, his Gala sends out a super mega death rocket. That'll cancel Yao Yao getting this back off. Herald was already taken. It was just a small reset here from the bottom lane, but it will be delayed by Gala, who gets a bit of a tempo advantage.
You know, these junglers are really confusing me, Hysterics, because we see the exact same syndrome in Beitran right now, where he's playing towards a Gragas. And your Felix is being extremely set behind, already 20 CS down. And you need to free up this lane because Yaya, we see the best play from TT when the support is able to roam around the map. As he is on the Nautilus, very easy to execute ganks. But they're just being trapped in this bottom lane because there's no pressure from their own jungler.
And let's walk through what happens if RNG come out of these lanes even more successful. Because at the moment, as Beitran's coming to top side, I might hold that thought. Breathe is looking real good to find angles again. And Angel this time can help and hover on that too, Kitty. As Beitran hovers behind this lane and just waiting for a mistake. I feel like Hoya needs to start the engage. Explosive cast, as you said, needs to come through. Flash available. Breathe with some fancy feet, but CC, where is it? Jumping in, the Arctic Assault's good, but Permafrost a mile away. Breathe finally going to get locked down. It takes a lot, but still not dead. Cannons don't like dying in this top lane in this series.
He's such a little slippery rat. He just dodged everything from Beitran. 3 ganks in a row from the TT jungler. But where's back bottom lane? Now Yao no flash.
And a Cyclone available we haven't seen yet, but a flash on top, Solar Flare, and death is Yao Yao at the moment. Gala picks up the kill at melee range for the bazooka kill. RNG have not only woken up, they've woken the whole damn house.
Now 4 plates in Gala's hands, also 1 kill. I just think whoever plays bottom lane in this series wins, Hysterics.
Yeah, apparently it's setting the trend, isn't it? And even so, apparently Cannon gives a lot of good luck as well, because that is the second time now with a second player that Cannon has slipped out from the grasp of a jungle gank on about sub 100 HP. Kitty, RNG have a 2k gold lead. They already picked up that first dragon, and these lanes have gone well enough. And as you said, bottom lane is set up for success, where we should be getting ready for, I guess, what, Kraken or maybe Gale Force coming through from Gala.
Surely.
Yeah, you'd think so, right, with how tanky this front line is, because Gala's going to have it sooner rather than later.
And he's already finishing the call at 11 minutes, so this Jinx is going to be a very big problem for TT, as we did see the multiple attempts from Beitran without the ultimate either for the top lane. They did earn Breed's Splash earlier, but we need perfect execution if you want to kill Gala, because he has the cleanse available, he also has the flash, because there's just no pressure from the side of the mid jungle of TT. And if you want to play towards that side lane, well, it doesn't matter, because Jinx just has so much force in the mid lane when she does open up from the bottom.
Well, we're going to look towards top side because Beitran's hovering there. The ult and melee range onto Breathe. Explosive cast, beautiful stuff, body slam. There's the barrel followed up. Breathe buys some time for Way to come in, but it's not enough time. Hoya picks up the kill, and there's the Super Mega Death Rocket. Way Cyclones 10 seconds off, and TT set up that play, Kitty, for the Herald. But I actually think, wait, did Herald expire?
I think Herald expired.
I think it did too. Beitran had it, went in, and it expired while he was taking damage.
Oh no, this early game is so sad. 30 CS lead, and look at Huanfeng, he's forced to back because there's just no hovering from the side of TT. Also, look at the vision that Ming's been able to set up while Beitran forced that top lane play. There's just no way that TT is going to be able to walk into this dragon scratch-free. As Garlic taking this tier 1 tower as well, having the Kraken at 13 minutes.
That's huge. That's so huge. The gold he'll get from this as well as he tries to deny the cannon. He'll do so. Picks up the kill, the gold, alongside Ming. A 40 CS lead as Yukao. Not going to be in trouble. He's just come out from his soul unbound as TT love this top side. They want to kill Breathe again. There's a depth charge. Huanfeng is joined in. He'll ulti for this as well, and a permafrost should be achieved quite soon. Dredge line, Huanfeng kill. They finally give something to bot, but it's in the top lane.
I didn't know the Rat Brigades were out for this cannon in top lane, but You know, 2 kills, 1 going into Huanfeng is going to bring him back a tiny bit into this game, but RNG being the best at controlling dragons and getting to that dragon soul extremely early, it's not going to be Hexen or Inferno. What if it's the ocean?
It is the ocean, goddamn. That's gonna be great for Jinx, but Kitty, we'll look at this again because Beichuan, yeah, the Herald, he commits the play for this, but
It was purple once.
oh, 10 seconds. So he's just in combat because you can't use the Herald in combat. So he gets stunned up. And then Wukong comes in and he's like, press it. And he gets hit by the rocket. Was Gala just a 7-head? What the hell?
He knew across the map and he hit the last ultimate. That's so Giga Brain.
Holy moly. I mean, again, Gala stopping the back before. I feel like a lot of Jinxes just look for the kills with the ultimate. Gala has now used a very tactical nuke twice over. As for RNG, stopping the Herald push means that goal was never achieved by TT. The top lane turret stays standing and the plates were few and far between, if any. More than 2,000, almost a 3,000 gold lead. Herald's now spawned, Kitty, number 2. This time RNG are on top of it.
He does have that flash available as well. Yukao backing. Gonna need to TP back. He's not TPing back. He stopped his own base.
He's just whatever, I guess. Okay. Herald gone. Yukao going to be found out, and nothing for the Herald.
Absolute no contention from the side of TT. They kind of just stared at the Herald and it died. But all these major objectives going into the hands of RNG. Angel also zoning out Huanfeng and Yao from even entering the river was just... It's so tough for this map state because you had the wing con of Yukao playing to the side, but when you have no map control and side vision, how are you going to ever push up?
Beichuan's going to try and show us use of that now. Against Angel, though, it looks a little bit hard. Distortion comes through. Beichuan going to be spot on the ward, but Angel's damage starting to hurt a little bit here with Luden's Tempest picked up. Yukao a bit far off that item for now. Looks like an Immortal Shield Bow or a Blade of the Ruined King start. Which seems... yeah,
Gala has 2 items at 16 minutes. He has a rapid fire cannon right now. And he's just gonna take this mid-tier one with the Herald, and the entire map stays doomed.
Yeah. So, tell me how RNG played later on, because again, I think we're talking a little bit about how this comp can still be, you know, it's still about Gala, right? He's still on the hyper carry. There's a lot of angles RNG can play, and you're going to be worried about what's happening in the backline as well with that range that Jinx is going to use.
I don't even think it's all about Gala for this game because you have something like the Luden's LeBlanc and also the Kennen with the Proto Belt online as well. So it's not just the threat of this ADC anymore for Game 2. They decided to finally drop the secondary carry, and Huanfeng sitting on that Gale Force only 2 on boots. He has so much to dodge in these teamfights as well. It's going to be really tough because Yukao most likely is going to be on the side lane. TT just needs to defuse every single engage that RNG tries to go for.
I mean, even one of these, right, the Herald getting dropped down mid. Teleport going to be used. Part of the defusal technique as Hoya comes in, but the whole of TT are grouping up. 4 members of RNG stay put as Herald won't get the final charge to seal the deal. The Mega Death Launch comes in as well. That was just Gala's ulti. And that hit Huanfeng by proxy. And Huanfeng almost takes half of his HP, or rather a quarter. That was pulled up as well. Kitty, it is just such a good day for Gala here, at least in the second game. And for RNG, playing through multiple angles, multiple carries, it feels like. I think on the other side of TT, we see the front line there, Kitty. We do have an AP Gragas, but it's still a lot of health on this front line. I feel like Huanfeng and Yukao need, what, another 15, 20 minutes at this point to be as relevant as RNG are going to be at that time, right?
Yeah, you really need 3 items online for the Yone and the affiliates to pop up in these team fights, but TT, as long as Gala doesn't become too big of a problem, like I said, they can just build a bit of MR, and the Kennen and LeBlanc become pretty useless when it comes to the very end stages of this game. But if this Jinx gets out of control, it's going to be very tough. But if Hoya plays the teamfights correctly...
And then we go Fade on Seal. Finally, we get the Yone flash in. Yukao, beautiful stuff. He's hit Breeze one more time because the Soul Unbound is not enough, but Breeze should still be dying here. Beichuan takes the kill, but Yukao gets the assist. Top turret with it as well. Finally moving some plans into action.
How many times has Beitran been top lane? I think around 5 times. Hoya really
Yeah,
nice
yeah,
ultimate
top
just
lane.
getting rid of the waves. Jesus Christ, but RNG securing that soul point as TT's just gonna give that over.
Oh.
When is Angel ever gonna rotate and hover breed? Can he at least do it once? I'm feeling bad for this Kennen now.
Yeah, I mean, again, he needs a bit of help. Breed 0-3 and 0, but I will say the rest of his team is flourishing because of it. Gala is going to help take down this turret. Excuse me, Dragon. Turret's being taken by TT. His teleport actually taken in the meantime. Cannon Minion doesn't know what teleport is. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to hit Yukao. And Breathe just defends for now.
He's gonna
he's
take
walked back
it!
in. He's like, no, surely not. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Does Beitran flash for that? Breathe might have a good comeuppance coming through as Angel jumps in onto the Sejuani. Great. Meanwhile, they're like, we got to kill Breathe a 4th time.
Gala's
Depth charge, ignite. Breathe is dead, but look, you said Gala's arrived. Double kill goes to Angel, who came here first. And RNG gets so much more off the back of it.
Breed finally gets a taste of what it feels like to have teammates, and he gets some reinforcement in that top lane. Beitran forcing the flash out of nowhere, but because Gala came in and picked up all the kills, 3-0 on the map right now, it's just going to be Baron going over to RNG.
They're starting it off at the very least. It's not Baron just yet. Needs a little bit low as Sky High is Wukong's flow. Meanwhile, Angel jumps onto Wanfong. Angel is a bit of a silent achiever here, Kitty. Has just been farming all game long, getting the global gold from RNG
TP?
success, and doing a lot of work. But yeah, that TP, I mean, Yukao is only going to be able to pick up the wave.
Maybe he wanted to TP for the wave. You don't know his we don't know, but that
We
wall
don't
from
know.
RNG is so sneaky. He's gonna
there's
get stopped out by
Baron
Yaya. Breed has no flash and no. Well, he has ultimate.
He does. Teleport's coming through. That's Angel, though. Angel doesn't have flash either, but double distortion of possibilities. Yukao gets hit on the backline. They're taking the engage.
Look at
The all-in
Gala.
over the Baron's pit. Watch Angel on the backside, though, but Wanfong doesn't want to watch him. Instead, goes in melee range. Breathe into the slicing maelstrom, my dear friends. TT try to make a trade, a turn, but RNG have got big bad Gala.
TT looking so desperate and forcing the Barons, trying to get RNG to play into their hands, but Gala having the stopwatch specifically picked up after the first Baron got started. He just survived and flashed away and started doing tons of damage.
We're going to see a replay in a second, Kitty. It just feels like RNG are in the position of TT last game. When the fight comes in finally, the gold difference is still just too massive. RNG with triple dragon, so much stats, and look, even Breeze has got a bounty now as well. If you look at the replay, as you pointed out, Gala with some great reactions.
Yeah, this genuinely looks like a really good fight for TT, but Achilles wasn't here, and I believe Yukao didn't get a chance to use his ultimate, so Gala flashed away and just got so much distance between him and the carries that TT, Atron wasn't even in the fight, he just left. That was a 45.
He was indeed. Look, I was supposed to think it was Gala. I feel like it was way in the end. But Gala didn't have to do much apart from draw them over. RNG relied on him in the early game, but the rest of the team coming up clutch as well as Baron now picked up. Royal never give up a 7,000 gold in the lead in the second game. Such a turnaround from the clumsy nature of game one, as now their setup looks brilliant. Yukao getting a turret here, but look, TT as they go in, find nothing. Gala and Wake fight it back. Angel now spotted out. They might get a turret in the bottom lane, but this siege is so long range.
Yeah, Yukao desperately trying to get something done on the side, but TT doesn't have any way clear to get rid of these Barons, so this is gonna fall. He can just engage in and end the game.
If Yukao doesn't back off, well, RNG we're going to continue going in, but they actually go against it. Yukao's going to hover, thinking, okay, I still go in. Objective bounty is there and available, so for TT, trying to get the best of this bad situation as RNG still trying to find an engage off the off angle. But Kitty, Yukao's now gotten 2 turrets by himself. Gold back to 6,000 in the lead.
Yeah, I was expecting RNG to force something in the mid lane because he do have the ultimates available since it is a 4v5. You see Yukao in the bottom side trying to get those side lanes, towers down. But RNG not having what it takes to just pull the trigger and force something in mid lane. And like you said, they got 2 towers for free.
So, with that second turret, you get an infinity edge for Yukao. And we do have an Ocean Soul coming up in 30 seconds. So, Kitty, I'm kind of wondering, what do you think right now of TT's chances? Because they're able to claw some gold back. RNG, we know, is still very fed in the form of Gala, who now has a GA. How did TT find anything as the emphasis of the fight is, well, over to Ming. UCal's trying to give us an answer as RNG are just pushing them out.
Gala doesn't have cleanse just quite yet. So TT can find an angle onto this Jinx, who does have the G, unfortunately. Maybe it's an angle. But Breeze is being so sneaky here.
And there's the Cyclone. Yaoya's going in. Explosion cast separates, but, I mean, Hoya's not involved in the fight. Breeze is going to get ulted, but he found his ulti first. He gets revenge as One Fong runs up. He cleanses, gets another, but Gala sits there nice and pretty. A double goes down as TT have lost everyone but top and support, and now it feels like the base is about to fall too.
There's just too much damage from the side of RNG, and from this series of Hysterics, I think playing a strong top lane instead of a classic front-to-back team composition looks like the key to victory for this best of 5.
The cannon both times has been, well, I mean, look, Breathe has been ganked heavily. They tried to put him down, but I think there's many keys we can look at. We can look at strong top lane in the laning phase. We can look at this bottom lane that had attention by Wei. I mean, Gala's just doing so much damage here. You look at it, he's supposed to cast 5 times, but Hoya's not even in the fight.
Hoya's just kind of throwing Qs across the wall, but look at Breed going through bottom lane and just getting the flash ultimate. He is dead from this, but he got the job done, and he got TT to stay in the fight as Gala just kind of came back in. But what is Hoya doing? He was very lost.
Have you seen, you know, the original Mario game where Donkey Kong just throws the barrels? He just stands at the top and he just keeps throwing a barrel. Hoya just threw barrels, and that was it. Yeah, literally. DJ Carlin is hang on top side. TT sitting up for a pick. On to Breeze, the TP is coming through, but Angel's now by himself. They got him. But what are RNG going to do? They're looking for a fight here. They've got Ocean Soul, TT. They opted into this one as Wei is going to be jumped off for the time being. Triple Cyclone is great, but UCal now jumping on the bottom lane. He seals the fate of 2, but doesn't do enough. Gala still there with Ocean Soul, the GA up and available. TT want to still take this fight as UCal's doing so much work, but he's taken out in the backhand. They're too far ahead, and with Ocean and with Gala firing away, One Fong, woohoo! Oh my God!
Wait,
Ocean doesn't matter! Ocean doesn't matter! Ocean doesn't matter! Ocean doesn't matter! Angel's running away. Gala's back. Hoya's still dead. It doesn't matter, Kitty! The zap doesn't connect. Gala still has GA available. The fact that One Fong got away with that is absurd!
What? That was a 4v5. Breeze died earlier, and it was just the two ADCs juking each other out. I'm honestly really certain that RNG only came out alive because of Ocean Soul, because One Fong would have wiped the Jinx without that.
Absolutely, I guess it does. So we still look at RNG favorably. That was still their fight at the end of it all. But One Fong, I guess, even with 2 items, is starting to get their kitties. We look at this drawn out fight again.
Yeah, 2 ultimates used onto the poor cannon where he wasn't even able to pop the ultimate before dying, but Angel buying enough time does allow for reinforcements as One Fong was making his way up from mid lane. But this looked like a really good fight from RNG. UCal making Gala to 1 HP though was a very big difference when it did come to this 5v5, but TT is so desperate in trying to make anything happen because they're on Ocean Soul, and if they don't get this Baron, well, that's going to be Elder for RNG.
It's going to be an easy close. TT are holding on by a thread, but that thread keeps going in terms of thickness to a little bit larger, a little bit less, a little bit larger. I mean, TT continue playing around with which part they're holding as Baron. That was being hovered around by TT momentarily, but RNG, clear vision, get control again. And with Gala, they've got to move quick if TT wants this. Breed might be caught out by Bates 1 again. He's a target, but all on in as UCal gets the ulti solo play there too, but Bates 1's left on an island. RNG take him out, no jungler, no smite steal, no worries.
No jungler either. Etron's just dead trying to go for Breed, who has the Banshee's Veil now, so you can't just force onto him. As RNG, they get, oh my God, One Fong.
Angel is a threat. That's a 3-item Savion LeBlanc fine vintage 2009, somewhere from South Australia. the grapes just speak for themselves. Angel, I feel like this is one you don't see too often.
Aging like fine wine hysterics. Our predictions of RNG is coming true, but maybe TT still has a chance because Elder is gonna be up in 2 minutes. Maybe they win one fight and it's all over for RNG.
Well, all over for TT, you mean? I mean, that's how it feels. But all over for RNG to win the game and claw their way back from what a messy start to the series was. Again, I cannot emphasize enough that RNG were lost in game 1, but the direction in game 2, especially from people like Ming on this Leona, which is a class favorite here in the LPL, even more so than his North, which, again, game 1 wasn't that clean. But, Kitty, we're talking about Angel on carries. You know, this is also a really good sign of life, seeing the flexibility as RNG are moving into fog of war. TT is still waiting. They're being very patient, but what will they lose if they stay here too long?
Oh, the
ulti.
ultimate
They got Angel. There's the face shield. Everything all in. Solar Flare, though, stops him. They don't kill Angel. He's out of there. With Ocean Soul now, the turnaround has got to be blissful. They tried. TT were in a bit of a hole, and to claw their way out, they tried to grab the nearest object, but it didn't hold out. RNG with a stunning redistribution of this series will now pick up their first game in round 1 of playoffs. We got a hell of a series to look forward to as teams tie up in game 2.
UCal got one shot at the end as well. This series 1-1 now. What an insane showing from both teams. Hysterics.
It was just RNG's early game, though, that made it so easy, right? The double flash burnt out. The laning phase just felt pretty free. And Kitty, I have to say, overall, you know, Wei just kind of woke up a bit with his Wukong pick too. It was just a very different environment for RNG.
Maybe it was just Wei not feeling himself in that game 1, but game 2 forcing the 2 flashes, like you said, getting that early tempo ahead. And Beichuan, for some reason that I can't fathom, ganks top lane at least 7 times this game and tries to get the AP or AP / healthy Gragas ahead instead of Huanfeng. Imagine if Huanfeng got all the resources from the jungler.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very different style. Like, I mean, Beichuan, we haven't seen him hover Hoya all that much. There's been games here and there, but we're used to spending time around UCal, you know, setting up Huanfeng. Like, it's strange to me that Beichuan decided to go top. Kenny, your thumbs are up, but I don't feel like it's a thumbs up from Beichuan.
Thumbs up for Wei. That was a very good game from the RNG jungler. And of course, Ming is getting so much done. But like you said, the biggest highlight for me was definitely Angel having a huge 180 going into this game too, given something like the LeBlanc, which I think is going to be a very vital pick for the upcoming games, where it just synergizes so well with Wei's entire champion pool. And it gives what RNG needs, which is mid-game stability.
And mid-game stability is how RNG played with Xiaohu especially. So it is another good sign and a sign of their best kind of play. I feel like for TT, kind of taken unawares in that game, Kitty, like it was a bit of a shock. After what we saw in game 1 where they started out laning phase well, Beichuan got a couple of those ganks through mid, through top, and avoided vision. It really set the pace. But without that pace in the early game, TT weren't sure as to, I guess, how to stop that train from RNG from a runner.
Yeah, but it's a really strange phenomenon where we don't see junglers playing towards the Aphelios Nautilus lane, where I think they're just missing out on such a golden opportunity. You have the setup from the Gravitum gun, you have just endless CC from a Nautilus support, but junglers allergic to this duo. So I'm getting really worried. Maybe they should just ban it away from themselves, because I'm very sure if Huanfeng got all the resources in that bottom lane, this game would have turned out very differently, because in the very end, the difference was that Ocean Soul Dragon going towards RNG.
I mean, it's nice to see that Huanfeng, in without the resources, was able to pull off some of those fights. And you're right, if it went down to the bottom lane for Beichuan, if some of the resources followed through, then it could have been a different game for Huanfeng, who was already in the position to carry. But his old Suning member in Angel, I mean, let's be real, Gala's probably going to get MVP here, Kitty, but I feel like Angel, some of the picks, the setup and the constant threat was really strong from RNG's new mid.
Angel, my king. He's really stepped up with that LeBlanc. Hopefully he stays this consistent for the upcoming matches because we are currently tied in the standings.
1-1 apiece. TT versus RNG will not go silently into that quiet night. Instead, it heats up a bit as Game 3 comes to you right after this break.
It does not matter whether you clone or not. Xingtian looking for an all-in onto Cream at the top side. Spirit Rush is available. Can't dodge the ulti though, and he just autos him down.
Hey, both coming in.
TPs from both solo ladies as they know they need to be here. Wayward's back and
Oh!
the play. Rookie's on the backline. And you know what? Instant triple for Rookie. The man of the century in this fight. Has to go huge, still surviving. Has a shield over the wall looking for Jackal. He gets one for himself. Wayward chasing down the Cassidin. They've done enough to get themselves the Drake.
And that's a lot of Magic Pen as well. As you look at his angle. Level 18, they're hitting the Baron, but they're turning to fight the all-ins there. A good all-in stun, but now IG have to be wary of Yagao. They haven't killed anyone yet. IG, as you said, Lyric, got to be scared of the damage as Arn jumps forward, but he's chasing. The Event Horizon saves his life as on to Shun. Hang on, a Felios moment. No way, it's happening again. On, run for your life. Yagao there as well as Elk is the only hope of taking him down. Gravitum is there with Calibrum too, but Arn's going to heal this back up with the BT. On needs a beautiful hit onto Arn through the gap close. Hook. Event Horizon saves his day. Elk's going to be rooted up. There's a double with Renan. Arn's still alive as Blue Buff is saving his life. Arn's going to die onto Elk. The range is there. They kill each other. That's my LPL.
He is having a hell of a game for himself, and now Death Cap in pocket. They've maybe fired a big Shallow, pulls Wayward back. The bubble lands though. It's Shallow who's gone too deep. LWX forced to flash out of the play. Back in the retreat as well. Here goes Rookie onto the back line, into the Shroud. He's 1 HP, but he's looking for LWX before he goes down. The Shuriken, no! Cut down, gun down! In midair, Care knocked up, and Wayward slows him. Care down! Dragging him onto LWX, but this is Zeri in the late game. He's turning it around. LWX hammered into the floor by Wayward, who turns out to be the hero in the end. So crucial. Azaki, the target, knocked up, taken down. No smites when you've got no jungler. As Rookie. Oh,
Jackie's dead.
Shanji turns it around. Abel still alive as Rookie finishes him off, flashing forwards to make the hero play. Dodges the knockup, uses his clone, somehow dashes back out of the play, blocking, and Mark saves his mid laner. Absolute heroics from Rookie.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. Just talking, but seeing as you ask me, you know that I will call it how I feel it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want.
季后赛对阵 TT，然后对面上单后亚，是一个技术很成熟的对手，然后打的也不紧不慢的，就很有 LCK 的风格嘛。对阵他的话，我觉得就稳扎稳打，就好好面对就行了。我觉得我们季后赛目标吧，肯定就是是想夺冠，但是目前来说肯定是走一步看一步，就是先拿下每一场胜利吧，然后就希望队友也绷住弦，就打得越来越好，然后我们一起加油就好了。
Interesting read from Breathe, to say the least. Stably was not seen last game, but to be fair, Breathe was bullied quite hard. Still, RNG found the win amidst the series in round one to open up our playoffs. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Kitty and Kitty. MVP was Way. No surprise with how he played that early game and how much better RNG looked as a whole.
Yeah, Breeze is out here saying one win at a time. Well, he's also saying one death at a time, as Wei stepping up as the Wukong, getting so much done in that early game and just putting all the resources onto Gala, where he was able to shine at his absolute brightest, was the way to victory. And Breathe, unfortunately, being on the shorter end of the stick, had to just eat up it and survive, to say the least.
Again, Way just overall had such an improvement. I just can't believe night and day from game one to game two, Kitty. It was night and day with members like Angel as well. You know, no disrespect shown this time around, as this is one of the last fights, and I feel like TT had many moments like this where things look close, but because of their early game leads, their 80 carry was too far ahead, their mid was so far ahead, the gold was so different.
Yeah, the gold was not even just the gold differential, I think also just having this Ocean Soul for this specific fight where it was a 4v4 as Huanfeng did join in very late. I believe he also had Gravitum instead of red and white, so it was just a few seconds off for this ADC of TT to absolutely pop off in this team fight, but Yukao tossing out so much damage, it just wasn't enough, as if this Aphelios just had one extra item, it would have been the difference between this and an Elder.
Absolutely, and maybe a game win for TT. Again, RNG using that gold all the way to the bitter end, and it's really nice to see, you know, Gala this time around, Kitty. Game one on the Aphelios wasn't able to do much because the whole of RNG were crumbling as a unit. This game, Gala was set up for success, and old reliable Gala, which has been RNG's win condition for the majority portion of this split.
I mean, it wasn't just Gala, in my opinion. I think Angel also had a very good series. He just went full glass cannon on the LeBlanc. He got the job done. He poked out TT from ever contesting any of these major objectives, and that's what allowed Gala to get those insane resets. They played towards their win condition, and they got Gala those resets where he was able to just pop off. But I think going
Yeah.
into this game 3, you really just need to lock in something that is going to execute all these ganks successfully, because we saw multiple attempts from Beichuan, but this Gragas, unless you're a really good Gragas and you're able to land every single E, well, it's a little bit tough to ever pull a gank off.
It really is. And again, like that condition made so hard. Feels like we should be talking to draft now, Kitty, because game 3, I'm kind of curious about the direction for both these teams. We've had RNG change up how, I guess, they set up, again, as you said, it wasn't just about Gala, but how they set up all the damage sources of RNG game 2. Game number 1, we saw that front to back was their goal. That never came into fruition. TT have shown us two completely different drafts, Kitty. With Yone came out in the last game. What changes for you? What do you want to see?
I mean, I think TT had a pretty good draft going into game 2. I honestly think both of these drafts that we've seen the 4 drafts that we've seen for tonight have been very good and winnable. I just think when it comes to execution, it just wasn't there, especially when it came to the early game. The jungler of one specific team just wasn't proactive enough, where if we do get hard 3v3 forces, it just depends on the mid lane matchup. And we saw the LeBlanc versus Yone early on, as Angel was able to get a lot of lane priority, and that freed up the map so much more 4-way. So maybe we will see the Elise Tristana where they gain absolute control of the entire game state for the first 15 minutes.
And again, a lane that can just destroy as well. We've seen it so many times, and I'm just looking, Kitty, most played for UCal, by the way. Most played up with the Akali. Like the Yone runs, up to 5 now. But again, in regular season, the fact that UCal pulled this out in most of his games, or rather as a most pick, it's just insane to me. And again, that's why I love TT as a dynamic, because their drafts can be so different, so crazy, so whack, but also make so much sense. It's going to be interesting to see how we develop here, because for game number 3, we've kind of seen the best of TT, but also the worst in regards to how that early game started. RNG, are they now just switched on is the biggest question. Because, again, it's night and day from game 1.
Yeah, the mojo could perhaps be pumping in RNG's veins, because I think when you do come into this best of 5 series up against TT, who, like you said, is the first time ever competing in the LPL playoffs, as you reigning MSI champions, the pressure and the expectations that is put upon you, it is going to get to you if you lose too many. But with that win that they just picked up, it's going to feel good, and hopefully they can get the morale running ever since that.
I mean, RNG round 1 already was a big shock to start at this point. TT, their first playoffs is already off to a flying start. The fact that it's not a 3-0, because I think, Kitty, in our round 1s consistently, playoffs, okay, security standing there, by the way, playoffs
I want a couch like that.
Yeah, I know, they look comfy. I love the securities on like this bad chair, this rickety chair. Everyone else on these chill couches. But I was going to say, round 1 can often be stomps. The bottom tier teams going up against each other. One is obviously better. Here so far, we don't know, as RNG are not giving away that combo. As you were saying before, the Tristana is something we wanted to see from TT, but 3 games in a row, RNG just consistently ban away UCal's pick.
Yeah, it's super scrappy, like you said, for this first 2 games that we've seen so far. It does seem like Wei's just going to lock in the Wukong for this blue 1 pick again, which did work extremely well for that game 2, so I'm not going to be surprised with this. But I'm very kind of taken out of my element with this Lulu ban. We don't ever see a Lulu ban in the first 3. That just indicates that TT want to pick their bot lane duo here. Something that we haven't seen prioritized enough is the Zai Rakan. And I think Yao Yao is a very good Rakan, and especially paired alongside Beichuan and UCal, who love their mobility champions, it could be an angle for TT to take.
Huanfeng only played it once in the regular season, but historically, Huanfeng has been a great Xayah. So, Kitty, you're on the money here. Not only does Rakan come as a first pick, but now TT going to show us whether they put the priority into the Xayah, or if they leave it to, I guess, the 3rd pick with a priority jungler. But you've already got the Wukong on the other side. At the very least, this could just be about the setup. Xin Zhao's been coming through quite a bit, or as they say on the Chinese side, Zhao Xin. So, Beichuan just going to show us his 2nd game of the pick.
Yeah, Zhao Xin is going to get locked in for Beichuan, but with RNG denying the Xayah, you can also just lock in something like the Nautilus where you still have a lot of kill threat for the bottom lane of RNG. But what is TT going to pick for that ADC position? Because we know that Rakan is still a very good pairing alongside Zeri. And I think Huanfeng, when he is given the Zeri, it is very exciting to watch. But from the statistics, I believe he only has a 37% win rate on this champion so far. So it's going to be a little bit
True.
rough.
It is a champion he's played the most of, but has the worst win rate. A very good point to highlight here. As Xayah's not actually taken away just yet, but RNG were hovering it before. You're expecting this to just be a natural instinct for Gala. They get breathed back on the cannon though, Kitty. Again, last game wasn't the best showing, but did end up being quite impactful. As now, we have RNG with a bit of priority and TT showing us that they're willing to throw out the gauntlet a little bit. Huanfeng's got a lot to prove on this Zeri pick that you said wasn't too successful in the regular season.
Look, he pops off, but sometimes he gets a bit of Zeri syndrome in him. But to be fair, if you don't have Zeri syndrome, you're not an LPL ADC. So I'm more than happy to see Huanfeng just have the amazing performance that he's been having for the previous series.
Yep.
But now, mid lane is a very big question because you already have the Zhao Xin and the... I can't stop calling him Zhao Xin now. You just
That's okay,
planted that
go
in
for
my
it.
brain. But this Xin Zhao is going to prioritize in that early game, looking for those duels. So you want a mid laner that provides the lane party, maybe something like the Syndra or even Tristana perhaps. But I don't
It's
think
better way.
Hoya is. Oh, I'm blind. Maybe just something that provides the lane party. I think Syndra would work here for the side of TT, and Hoya just locks in the Scion.
I like the Syndra point. Again, you talk about lane priority for Yukao, which is very common for him as well. Something like, you know, we've seen Jace's. The Veigar now banned away was another one there, Kitty, as well. Some of the Silences have come through, but again, only one game. So it is a curious question here, as they've even banned away Lissandra, Ari for themselves. Are they just looking to pick the LeBlanc here, Kitty?
Yeah, it does seem like TT is trying to get rid of all the LeBlanc counters, but Hoya, he needs to make up for that front line. I believe they're gonna actually save counter for Yukao to the very last, maybe even a blind Cassante, since it is Hoya's most played, I believe, 10 so far in the regular split. So it's going to be very interesting on what TT decides to do, and it is going to be the LeBlanc. So they're saving counter for Hoya.
Okay, well, Hoya getting a bit of priority. I mean, he's already got the cannon in the
Cannon's
top
picked.
side. But at the very least, maybe they just want to see how the comp's rotating because, Kitty, things like Scion, Cassante, you mentioned, a bit of a front line for TT that could help out things like the Zeri and LeBlanc would be interesting. While on the other side for RNG, they now kind of know the cards they're going into apart from that top lane.
It is going to be naturally the Nautilus lock-in for Ming, where just having that ultimate ability to be the initiation for the side of RNG just allows Wei to have so much to work off. But this Vex is going to get locked in. I'm so excited because we first saw it in Xiaohu's hands and he popped off in their regular split, especially up against this LeBlanc pick.
And it's been coming through left, right, and center in the previous weeks as well, especially week 10. Vex has been popping up quite a bit more as we're going to see how this one plays out because Cassante gets locked in the end. Kitty, run me through TT to start off because I see a front line again. I see Huanfeng with emphasis, and Yukao did get this pick of his choice that eventually was counted in the end.
I'm really sad that TT decided to save the counter pick for Hoya when you already had the enemy team blinding the cannon. So if the counter spot was saved for Yukao, this team composition, or at least this LeBlanc, would have a much easier time in the mid lane because this Vex is such a hard counter for the Xin Zhao, for the Rakan, even the LeBlanc. So it's going to be really tough to execute when it does come to the 5v5 skirmishes where RNG, every single lane, they have lane party. And that's what Wei strives off.
So win lane and RNG might even win this game. I'll be asking more questions about how RNG function outside of it. But for now, folks, we're one apiece here. We're looking at RNG with a great recovery from game number 2. And a change up in composition here is you know, again, I almost said Xiaohu. Angel running in on the Vex is going to be a very big deal. He's Xiaohu's replacement. He's the Suning mid laner, the 2020 World Finalist going up against Huanfeng, who stood beside him once upon a time. Gala going up against the organization that once called itself DMO, and then before that, Sino Dragon, where he debuted. There's a lot of history between these two teams, and Nevertheless, that history showing up big on Summoner's Rift. Let's see who can really take over this game number 3, because Kitty, if these lanes go well for RNG, I'm worried about how TT are going to have anything to say in the first 25 minutes of the game.
Exactly that. As we enter Summoner's Rift, it is going to be so interesting to see which team explodes before the 25-minute mark, as both of our games so far has been just been completed at the 10-minute. But TT being extremely cheeky here.
Are they going to find it? Yes, on a Ward Angels there. And Beichan forced the flash. It was actually Yukal who matched that there, trying to get a binding. So a little bit early on the trigger.
Yeah, Flash will flash in the mid lane, but Yukal did start the chain, so he's going to struggle just a tiny bit when it comes to the first few levels of getting that lane party, which could affect Beichan, as you want to be going in for those invades. Since he took the lethal tempo, he's looking for 100 to zeros on this Wukong. Maybe a bit of revenge, because Wei has been just ganking and invading for the past 2 games.
I mean, again, it's just something you don't see all the time, do you? Beichan needs revenge, considering that game number 2, Wei took over. Game 1, Beichan found windows, and we want to see that here again as Wei starting on the bottom side. Kitty, Beichan's on top side this time around. There is a ward from a TT that are going to spot the entrance towards jungle, because I think there's one thing we can note off the patterns. Kitty, so far in the series, Wei has been invading non-stop at level 3 on enemy blue buff, like every game.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if Beichan decides to do the exact same, since they already have the ward placed onto the blue, but you need to consider that top lane is currently getting pushed in, and also mid is going to struggle just a tiny bit with the E start LeBlanc. Perhaps a 2v2 in that blue, but I think TT is still going to come out on top, because Xin Zhao is just so much more valuable when it comes to the early stages.
And I hope that we see that value used towards mid. The flash was burnt. We saw it on our screen. Even though Yukal burned his, it's LeBlanc versus Vex, and we know where the mobility lies, Kitty. So how does Beichan get into this lane? What do you see as the setup for TT to try and abuse this early summoner?
Yeah, I mean, you just need to get the chain landing onto Angel, since Yukal is now level 3, so he has a lot of mobility, and he pretty much just has a free flash. LeBlanc doesn't really care. The hook lands!
Good. And the root comes in at the same time. One Fong is okay. Ming just getting some good trades off to this bottom lane that is shoving up quite aggressively. However, RNG find nothing more, and again, Ming just seeking out hooks left, right, and center, feeling enthralled after his last game on Leona.
Ming has been popping off on these melee supports. I won't lie, I think he is the most fun to watch when it does come to the current meta, as he is just landing everything in lane. But with the Xin Zhao pathing towards his bottom lane, if RNG ever accidentally uses flash from Yayo landing something, they're just gonna get repeat ganked from the side of 2, even power dove, might I add. So it's gonna be very dangerous, because Angel is not gonna have as much mobility when it comes to rotating to these plays, so it's gonna be point to look out for.
But it'd be a very different vibe though, wouldn't it? Because remember, game 2, they lost out with bot completely. Beichan was like, I love top lane. Let me go to Hoya for the 10th time and kill Breathe. There was no emphasis on bot
doing
whatsoever.
the same.
And look, as we see, the monkey coming top, Hoya gonna get a taste of the medicine that was given over. Flashes were burned, but the monkey survives. First blood over to Breathe. He's getting retribution.
It looks like top is going to be the main ATM for both teams in this series, as Wei just gets a very successful game pulled off, since Hoya was so poked out from the original. But this first blood in the hands of Breathe is going to become such an issue. Kennan's already done it twice in this series, and I'm not going to be surprised if he's going to one-tap Huanfeng and Yukal, because they're so squishy. But look at this mid lane matchup. But before we do that, Hoya was just so poked out, and he gets an instant stun from Breathe, so that was just, you can't predict it. And both flashes being committed just means Hoya falls, but first blood is going to be tough.
Beautiful flash over the Natopo little push back as well. Nice stuff from Breathe. He's going to be teleporting up to the top lane now. Got to back off while we're in the replay and picked up the Sork shoes, so that's what he does with his first blood money, as Hoya comes back to lane, but only has himself a Ruby Crystal in comparison. Jungle's picking up some damage themselves as Yukal. He's trying to find an angle onto Angel, but he's flashed.
It lands.
It's up and available again, but Beichan won't have anything to tether to, because you're right. That chain needs to connect and fully connect for TT to find some kind of advantage mid. But Kitty, they haven't gotten anything mid yet, and now that their flash is back up and available, I feel like, again, TT just haven't punished the window that they wanted to so much.
Yeah, possible angle that TT can take from here on out is you rotate Yaya up when the bot lane wave is good and slowly pushing towards Fanfang. But Hoya is just gonna have a terrible time now with Breathe also getting that slow push, so Wei can realistically re-gank this with a huge wave as Breathe is going to hit level 6 very soon.
Looking forward to it because Wei sitting towards the top side again. It's just hilarious with the way this series has been so far. Kitty, I want to talk a little bit about Compso while we have some downtime. I want to mention, or at least ask you to tell me a little bit about how RNG are going to function, because you talked about this. There's 3 really decent waves, or rather lanes, for RNG. How do they play after the laning phase? How do RNG come together as a team?
I think when you are versing a Zai for most of these compositions, you ideally want TT to be making the mistakes, or at least the first ones to initiate, where Ala is going to get a lot of insane roots up against something like the Rakan, the Xinjiao, even Kazante. And honestly, Zeri, when she misuses her cleanse in these team fights, Angel needs to be that person who protects Gala, as you have such an amazing passive when it comes to these 5v5s, and the CC is going to be impossible for Yukal and Beitran to play around.
So protection, then maybe a counterpunch, Kitty. I like that, especially with the Zaya used in the equation. For TT, you're telling me there's a lot of dives, there's a lot of all-in tools. I'll be keeping an eye on Fanfang, as we do for every Zeri game, even with Rakan here instead of something like the Lulu. Is TT going to get the Dragon first up here in the bottom side, while we saw the reason why it felt like there was no mid laner because Yukal bursted out Angel, even got a really good reset there, and bot seems to be doing rather well. It feels like for now, RNG, their lane that is stomping, and I mean pub stomping with fish and chips, is Breed. Hoya versus Breed is like this army of minions that is just helping Breed get more and more turret play.
You're really hungry tonight, Hysterics. You made a lot of food analogies so far.
I had a salad and it wasn't enough. It had beef in it, but I'll tell you one thing. It was not enough food. And I have a craving for some fast food right now. I could do with some real crap, you know, like some Mackie D's. Oh, man. Man, those hot chips. Yeah, like, honestly, nothing. Well, some things do compare. As Angel looking for Beitran for the fear, but a good kite away from Beitran as the Mistral Bolt doesn't connect either. Meanwhile, Yukal's running in. Angel's got his flash available, but Yukal's going to try and burn that out. Chain doesn't connect, though, from Yukal. Second one comes through, and although he finds a good bit of damage, RNG back him up.
It is going to die down, but the CS lead in top is just getting bigger and bigger. As Wei playing towards that top side, a very big, refreshing thing to see, because the past 2 games, the jungler who played towards top was the one losing. However, with the Zeri going the call, we already know that bot lane is going to be extremely sleeper, especially with Yaya having that exhaust. He wants to defuse any play from happening from the side of RNG. So Wei very excited to start the Herald and just drop it top lane, honestly. So Reed, he can just go the Void Staff and pop Yukal and Wanfeng.
I like one pop, yeah. It ain't gonna be a 2. It makes sense. You pop champagne, there's only 1. And that's what Breed's gonna do. Because Hoya, you're right, is an easy target for the Herald. So we'll kind of keep an eye on Wei and see when he uses it, because already it's about a 30 CS lead. And so top feels like it's already so one-sided that, you know, the Herald is just gonna open up the map, get the cannon to move around, and more importantly, get him towards that first item a little bit sooner. As I will say, on the other side of the rift, TT are making use of mid, because now mid has a similar value of CS lead, where Yukal's doing real well against Angel.
Yeah, how interesting is it that this LeBlanc has been hard countered by the Vex, but she's still up in CS. To be fair, if you place the W correctly, slightly to the side and dodge the shield from Angel by the pixels, it can be a successful trade as you just land those E's in the minion wave. Well, you see RNG just gonna look like they're gonna drop the Herald for Gala.
Maybe get some gold onto him. As you said, top has not been the successful play in this series. So I guess Wei's like, wait. We got to bring it back to our #1 carry, which over the split has always been Gala. And here on this Zyre as well, he'll be close to picking up the Gale Force pretty soon. So Maybe that'll just give him the inch over. Herald still being held on to. Nevertheless, though, 4 minutes to really use it. We know there's less on the Herald timer, but 4 minutes to let the play disappear. Xiaoyao's going for a bit of a roam. Will be spotted out by RNG. Nothing more than that. And Kitty, feels like in this chill early game, we are just kind of waiting for that next dragon in minute 30.
Yeah, I mean, RNG already prepping for a look at Ming and Wei, which is exactly what they thrive off. This duo working together and having so much presence around this map, getting so much deep wards where Breathe can work of this and TP, potentially even look for a flank onto the backline of TT, and that is going to be game over if they pull that off. Hoya gonna get a little bit of a breather by getting one play. The TP is gonna get used by Breathe. I thought he was gonna drop a bot.
Yeah, I mean, again, with Dragon coming up, you'd think so, right? Herald being used, though, in the meantime, as Hoya will now know exactly where that cannon in and the jungle, so Hoya is going on a journey. I guess he just wants to back, but he didn't want to die to Breathe, so he's going to back. Is he proxying? Hoya, a singed or Casante?
He's lost the plot.
What's the difference? He's like, let's proxy the wave. Didn't have TP, so he's staying here. And I guess as he gets the wave, he's going to now back as Breathe actually doesn't follow him.
Yeah, I guess that's just Oil cooking something up in the top lane plus one wave, I'm assuming, but the Herald getting dropped for Gala. This means this Xayah not having a mythic just quite yet. She really needs to back here, but TT isn't giving the chance over as the dragon is going to be spawning in 15 seconds. But that does seem like bad tempo or bad timings for RNG to take this next fight.
True. Bad timing because, as you said, the teleport takes away from some of that threat that RNG could have played with the flank, and especially since Protobelt was picked up by Breeze, flat out as his first item. So much possibility just shifted as he stays in topside. Bait1 soloing the Dragon and Kitty. This will be second Dragon. And we know so far in this series the Dragon stacking has been nigh uninfluential as All Out's going to be used, taking Breathe away from the lane. He's got the ulti, the slicing Malcolm when to come out. The stun's there. Hoya, was he overly ambitious? Well, no, he's got a friend. But the brother, can he help out? The stun out, he's still dead. Breathe now looking for UCal, but it will be a trade. Ambitious from Hoya, who doesn't even have his first item. It's okay, Kitty. I've been told to solo cast because Australian internet has to affect at least one of us. But in the meantime, as we look at this replay, I mean, guys, Hoya doesn't have an item. And even though Casante is a bit of Season 12/13 magic, it just wasn't enough. Kitty told Breathe to bring on more members, said he could take on 3, and I believe her. She speaks the truth. Because Breathe right here having a great game on the Cannon, and Cannon in this series is numero uno. We do see a needlessly large rod coming out of this man as well, so not only is he an item ahead, he's got the rod on top with about a 30 CS lead. Also note, we've got about 20 CS lead through mid and through bot. By the way, not a CS lead there, but we've got first item as Kitty's back, and you can take the wheel.
I'm back, Hysterics. I am so sorry for that tech issue, but hopefully that is going to be the one time we'll ever experience that. As you said what I had to say, Breathe proving himself that no matter how many members you bring towards that top lane, this cannon is a very big problem now where you need at least 2 members to respond to him in the side lane, and RNG can just play with the numbers advantage and really force fights. Oh my god, how are you ulting?
Oh my Gala. Oh, yeah, get in. A bit of wordplay thrown in the mix as I guess he decided to just throw the feathers out.
At least it worked. He still used it.
RNG in a collapse though. Bait1 taking this on. He ulted, but it's a bit late. I think Bait1 was a bit overambitious for that one. As OneFong going to pop his ulti, but this area is only at 1 item. The fight's there. The surge going to come through. Angel still has himself a shadow, but chooses not to take it. Chain doesn't connect. And Bait1, I don't know what that play was from TT.
Yeah, Bait1 losing the plot a little bit when it comes to what he has in terms of territory in this jungle, but Ming having so much vision set up before TT ever entered into their own jungle, he was just caught off guard, and overextended. I think he should really just play up the Zeri as she is
No.
currently. Oh no, another 1v1.
But this time around, does he have his first item? He doesn't. Breathe
Good
right
dodge.
away! Breathe! The sidestep of a legend, and now Hoya has absolutely no oxygen to spare.
Hoya just face palmed in real life after that solo kill. He is having a real tough one. And this is all because Wei ganked toppling first at that level 4 mark and got the ball rolling early on for this Kennen pick. And this Kennen has been dominating all 3 games in this series so far. But we're going to get a replay of what happened to Bei. Trying to see was just way too overpushed on this play. Yukao wasn't in position to help him, and there were just not enough people to help anyone in that situation. He's going to be 2 kills going over to TT. Oh, RNG.
Oh yeah, look. We'll look at this solo
wish
kill
TT
again.
got
Kitty.
kills.
Well, Kitty, look, this was almost one, but Breed's sidestep was clutch.
Yeah, that was so clutch. About 3 seconds, boom, right there. He dodged Q3 and the last autos finish of Hoya, and he is in devastation after that solo kill as well.
Kennen solo kills of this series is now at 2. Unless I missed one before, Hoya did it, but Breathe now doing it a lot better here with Shadow Flame almost picked up his 3-1-0. Hoya still doesn't have his first item as Herald goes over, and I will say it goes over to RNG, but not only are they getting Herald, Kitty, Garlo, he survives bot, he gets bottom lane turret. TT aren't trading, they're now down 4,000 gold just about.
Yeah, RNG's more than happy to trade the early dragons for 2 heralds going over to Wei. He's just gonna open up all the tier 1 towers for this map, and Wei and Ming, when they play with the vision control, it's going to be impossible to ever walk into these bushes because you're just gonna get caught out. They try and only sitting on 1 item as well. This is in the early game because I think this champion falls off so hard when it comes to the mid-game state, and it's gonna be really tough to try and revive from this current suffocation. But the 3rd dragon is now spawning. Angel a little bit caught out.
Oh, failed the flash! He failed the flash in playoffs. That's rough to watch as Yukao's one that sets it up, gets a kill credit as well. RNG going to use a Herald, meanwhile mid, but they're going to lose 3rd dragon because of a Kitty. It just depends how much RNG can get with this push.
I'm so sorry everyone, but that flash caught me off guard. I can't believe Angel just missed the flash by pixel. And that's going to be a pick, and the 3rd soul is going to go into TT's hands. That was their play. That's their angle to come back into the game, Jay.
Yeah, it's huge. It means Ocean Soul on the horizon. As you said, Soul Point for TT and Kitty to the one supporting Zeri. The front composition with Hoya and Beichuan. You know, Zin might be useless as the game goes on, but Kitty, that's still a mouth that you have to take away from the meal as Angel. Oh, no, don't do it, Observer. Don't do it.
No, I'm closing my eyes, Jay. It's too hard to digest. Oh no, what a terrible, unfortunate series of events. But Angel looking for a revenge.
They've gone deep again. Stretch line coming through. Ming has the depth charge. Yao Yao's hovering on the edge. Breeze has the ulti. Baseline going to be depth charge. Shadow Surge. Everything in. 3 ultis, but it's worth because Angel gets a kill. And Baseline, that's the 2nd time this game that he's gone too far in RNG's face.
You see that TT is getting so desperate to try and make anything happen because this Zai and Vex are slowly getting online.
TP out, it's ignored, it's stopped, it's taken. Yukao could have double distortion, but there's a Cyclone part 2, flash away. Yukao is alive. There ain't no Jinx Rocket this time around, but man, TT is slipping up.
I mean, Yukao didn't die to say the least at the very end. But there's another solo kill
Oh yeah,
top.
3rd time's the charm, but Hoya took another turret shot. This time it's against Angel. He flashes, the Topo strikes, and he gets the solo kill. Revenge is a dish best served Casante style.
This time it's Angel getting the shorter end of the stick as Hoya finally wins a 1v1 isolated into that top side. Might I add, this Cassandra doesn't have a mythic yet, so he just straight up won from skill issue, I suppose. But Angel is looking a little bit shaky for this game too on this Vex, where we said that this Vex needs to play perfect with how she times her W's, or it's going to be really tough for Gala to fight up all the carries that TT has for this composition. But how many times has Hoya ulted over this wall? I believe 3 now. And this is 3rd time's the charm, I believe. So finally the Q3 lands and Angel's dead.
It is Angel. I mean, this time it was Angel, to be fair. If he did it to Breathe again, as, okay, everyone's happy. Everyone is quite happy that Hoya finally got the kill and finally got a mythic, I might add. We've got Jack Show, as Rusty would say, the protein shake.
Yes.
So we do have a Cassante getting somewhere.
Cassante was always going to get somewhere. It took time, but a 200 years experienced champion is always going to do something, to say the least, when it comes to 5v5. So I'm not going to be too Angel landing the ultimate.
There's the present guard. Yao puts the quickness up, but here we go. Reset time for Angel. He has another one onto base one. He doesn't take it. Misrevolts there. UCal, that's just the clone, but RNG have found TT. Again, Freeze is just there, and Kitty, what is it with TT and just running into their death?
They can't phase check any of these bushes because Ming and Wei already set up the vision control, and you don't have your front lane, which is Hoya, who has been sitting in this top lane for 20 minutes, so making any plays around that dragon is so impossible. And now Baron's gonna get started, but they don't have the jungler anywhere. Oh, they do have him here, but they're not gonna take it. They're just gonna take tier 1.
But further to your point, there's no one available. UCal is also dead. So TT, it's just about the mid lane turret. It's Baron. Ah, Kitty, I'm dying. I'm probably getting...
Lack of fish and chips.
Lack of breathing. Are TT hurting me right now? Are they upset? Because if I was a TT fan, I would be. It's a 5,000 gold lead. They might be leading to Seoul, but plays like this, as you said, the face checker keeps happening.
Yeah, look at that CP ward that RNG has behind. They just knew that this was going to be a winning fight. Wanfeng coming in late as well, but this choke is still impossible against the Wukong. The Zeri can't go in, the LeBlanc can't go in. The follow-up from Ming was just... It's just a lot of successful skirmishes being pulled off for RNG, where this Xinjiang and LeBlanc were the key points for this early game, but now you're 8-3, but still considering the Ocean Soul point.
45 seconds till that comes up. H1, the old FPX jungler, now trying to prove himself here on a new team. TT mashed together. Where Hoya and UCal came in through last split, they've already shown signs of development, but Huanfeng was such a big addition. TT were so primed at the start of the series, and we were talking about those said players. Especially, you know, Huanfeng, UCal. These people seem to be making up the new TT. And I feel like looking at how Huanfeng's set up in this game, Kitty, this Zeri is still going to be a threat. And despite RNG finding picks in the fog of war, we have to keep an eye on this AD who is 2 items strong and who will be maybe heading towards this dragon or towards a play, because TT are on Soul Point, but look at the vision. It's just being toggled off.
It's insane, Hysterics, but perhaps when it does come to the next 5v5, Yaya having this exhaust available is going to at least stop this 4-1 Kennen from destroying the backline of TT.
Yeah.
But you still have to consider Angel getting all these resets, and of course Gala, who has been honestly ulting forwards. He does not care, which is a very worrying sign as the enemy's eye is ulting forward.
It's the confidence, it's the ease of access right now. There's RNG with the Baron buff and the Soul denied. Head up towards mid, inner is just free, and in the meanwhile, Base 1 is doing Gromp on the enemy side of the map. Base 1 decided to pull the old SOFM out.
There's no cams, Hysterics.
While Inhib turret was getting taken down, RNG are like, where is this Zhao Xin? Where is he?
Well, Zhao Xin's in base now, and I was assuming he was farming for his second item, but he just went back, got the Warhammer, and he's like, yo, what's up, team? I'm back. After losing tier 2 tower, TT can't wave clear properly, because if you step too forward, then RNG's just going to pull the trigger, because this LeBlanc, if she ever gets hit by a single CC, she is just straight up dead. As LeBlanc, for this final pick of UCal with TT in this game 3, is really struggling to find the picks onto RNG and get the damage done.
Despite being 2-1, exactly. It's a LeBlanc that hasn't had as much impact as we would have liked to see. Breed might be caught out, but meanwhile, looking here, there's a slicing Maelstrom in the meanwhile. But look at UCal, destroyed almost by Breed. They exhaust him, but it's too late. Hoya TP's in, but that's too late. UCal's clone goes down. Huanfeng has to slip over the wall, and TT came in 1 by 1, and Breed just took out 3 people by himself.
Okay, Beitron's pushing mid lane, and we have the TP coming out of UCal. They're sacking this top tier 2, and they're gonna go for the other side of the map where it's gonna get responded by a TP.
TP response is there. Angel does get hit on the way out. So at least they draw the summoner away as UCal. Now with that health bar, can he get anything? He's got flash available too, but Angel also has the flash and the ulti. Waves moving down. Beitron needs to be a helping hand here for UCal. They don't see Beitron though, so as Wei gets ready to come through, he'll spot the jungler, but there's a bit of a cyclone dip here as Shadow Surge is dodged away. Nice sidestep, but Beitron has to flush over the wall. TT again, over ambitious, overexerting themselves, have to run for the hills while RNG face them off.
You do end up getting the Cyclone and the Vex ultimate, to say the least, and Hoya now freed up from any pressure of RNG as you got at least 3 towards that bot. It's not going to mean anything because it just seems like TT is struggling to make any play happen across all sides of the map as they're just giving away free objectives. And this Zinja really struggling to engage, but you know, this Zinja, we said that he is on a ticking time bomb, and I think 26 minutes already too late.
He's going to get Black Cleaver at the very least, but you're right, you know, there's less of an impact there, and we need to start moving eyes towards Huanfeng, even to UCal continuously. Huanfeng is close to getting that Bloodthirst third as Ming drops by for a bit of a howdy ward. As Scarlet now confidently hits me, but look at Breathe, look at Breathe, look at Breathe, look at Breathe. Huanfeng, how much base do you have? The stun will come in, he goes over the wall to his friends, but Breathe ulti shreds him asunder. Beitron left in the middle here with a Crescent Guard that comes down late, but he's dead again. Depth charge saves Breeze with the good Zonyas as well. He's taking the all out as UCal takes him out. There's a shutdown. TT gets something, but remember, it was Breeze who once again became a monster.
And Breathe gets a Rabadons from that pick with 2 down now. How is TT going to fight them off because your Zeri is dead? LeBlanc can't clear the wave.
All good chain. UCal at least doing some damage, but Kitty, RNG now with their AD are able to push through mid. Death timers aren't long enough, but Inhibitor now down, and RNG putting the finishing touches, it feels like, on this game number 3. What a resurgence in our opening round of playoffs, where RNG, from where they started to now, it's just a completely different story.
Yeah, Wei looks like a different person compared to the game 1. He has an idea of what to do across every single minute on this map.
Maybe it's a Wukong.
Yeah, he's a monkey for every single game, and it's doing like
in a good
he
way.
is playing the monkey. We love monkeys on the LPL, but Huanfeng is a bad monkey and he eats the wrong way. But to be fair, when you press tab and you're a 0-0 ADC, you see the enemy cannon being 4-1. What do you do?
Just love how you inadvertently just called a player a monkey.
I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I'm a monkey.
It's all right. I've been an ape here for years. No one's noticed. The people that have, obviously my monkey brothers, they've been chilling for ages, but I thought I hid it pretty well. But I'm happy to come out and say I've also been an ape for many years. Honestly, I love bananas that much. I think I was just born in the wrong family. Hang on, Blake gonna get engaged on. Let's hold the conversation because Gala just soloed out the dragon, so TT while it looks for a pick in the top side. I'm gonna lose that objective, Kitty, because now it feels like it's all about this Baron and trying to give TT a bit more time.
Look at the vision that Ming has already set up. Double sweep is getting popped by RNG as well. No tier 2 towers for this mid. It's gonna be so rough. UCal needs to find a really nice flank angle on this LeBlanc and hopefully one-tap Breathe since he doesn't have any defensive items just quite yet. But with this cannon being level 17 and the 5v5s fighting in chokes where Wei has been looking extremely good, it's gonna be kind of tough. Maybe Yao's exhaust can do the thing.
Wei by himself, chain connects on jungle, but look, Yao just bursted out.
I just cast across at him.
You really did. Pixel second at the very least. Kitty, RNG will get the pick off Hoya. Now caught out in rotation. Shadow Surge dodged away from nicely, but RNG have no support to deal with, or at least against now. The quickness can't be utilized, and TT are at a numbers disadvantage.
And the worst thing is that TT Yao tried to walk in for at least a ward, but he died before he got to the pit. Now RNG starting to breathe.
He's ready to use the ultimate. Got flash available. 7k. Base one hovers around the pit, but Breeze is such a threat. UCal jumps in. Angel takes a big hit, but this has to be big from base one to steal. No, the feathers flying instead. RNG pick up the Baron. They go over the wall, and Breeze is having a field day, kids. Make sure you check into the bus because Breathe is already sitting down, taking the favorite seat as you get yourself a double. And now the flash from Gala. The cat comes out as well. You gotta love it because RNG are vibing with the rest of this series as Kitty. Nexus turret's gonna drop down. Death should come through it as well. Breathe has awoken too, and RNG fans can rejoice because this team, the Spring Kings, seem to be fated to be on match point.
Breathe telling TT a message, bring more people to top lane because I am going to top gap with this Kennen, and he proved just that in this game 3. And I think this Kennen overall is going to be the perfect word to describe our entire RNG vs TT series for tonight, Hysterics.
Yeah, it's been great Kennen gameplay throughout. You know, Breathe fixing what happened last game, and to be fair, he was bullied. You know, jungle roll came up, everyone came up to hit Breathe. There were attempted 1v1s. Hoya tried with the all-outs, and there were some really close plays. But Breathe with a double solo kill that game, and even though, like, you know, he was already doing well in the laning phase, it just felt like he elevated that further than you'd expect, Kitty. We're on 4-5 kills by the end. We're on Breathe Kennen with a massive CS lead. Level 17 at 30 minutes into the game, too. So Breathe was obviously set up to win. I think from the early laning phase, as you said, RNG set themselves up with explosive lanes, and that top lane definitely delivered on that regard.
Yeah, Kennen took over the laning phase, and of course, all these team fights. I think Angel was the one exception where he was slightly suffering in terms of the LeBlanc matchup, which isn't something you expect when you do look at Vex versus LeBlanc. But fortunately, Gala and Ming were having a blast of a time in the bottom lane, not getting any jungle pressure from this Xin Zhao, where Beichuan, we have been saying this for the past 2 series, these junglers of the opposing team is just really struggling to get the same effect or at least impact compared to the other jungler, where they're just completely getting taken off the map and all these major objectives going to the hands of TT, but it doesn't matter because all the items came online and you can't ever win a 5v5 anymore.
Breathe started joining in, Kitty. And even Angel, who was in a lane deficit there, like his team fighting, his skirmishing, his punishes, when TT, as you were saying in that game, walked into Fog of War, which they could not do, was just on point. And we have to give credit to, I guess, the macro of RNG, because it's not only just the development in the series, but it's the cleanliness in which they took apart TT and punished those mistakes at the hands of people like Wei as well, who is having a great series now.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit worried because I think Wei is the glue that holds RNG together. He either makes the team or breaks the team, and you can usually tell in the first 5 minutes, but this Wukong pick has been working wonders for both junglers, where if you just take a look at the damage graphs, I believe that TT was still building a lot of MR because that's just how big of a problem that Breathe became. But you look at the bottom, Gala was honestly working towards that 3rd item as well, and they were just never in a winning position ever since this Kennen got the 2nd solo kill.
26,000. Everyone else was nothing. I mean, that is almost like 3,000 more, Kitty, or maybe 4. And he would have done the rest of his carries damage, like Wei, Angel, and Gala combined. That is absurd to show Breathe's performance in that game. Against the take matchup, sure, say what you want, but Tway's ultis was so good too. UCal on the other side would have matched some part of that, but Breathe just taking a carrying force, it feels like. And Kitty, now on match point out the back of it as 44% damage on your Kennen. It feels like this might have to be a ban going forward.
I think TT, if you're not blue side, you have to ban the Kennen away because they've been blinding it for 2 games in a row now. And if you don't have the answer, or you're not going to be able to play something like the Jace that can respond to the Kennen in that top lane isolated matchup, then you just need to get rid of it because when this Kennen gets the early ganks from Wei, which we've obviously seen in that game 3, it's just going to get out of control. And I think UCal on this LeBlanc definitely was a bit of a rough one for him since it was tough for him to find angles up against something like the Vex. So even if you are red, save that counter pick for UCal.
And give UCal as more priority. I couldn't agree more. Like, even the Yone game looked promising. However, it was just the early lanes that suffered as a result. But RNG, hey, it's their story at the moment. 2-1 here in round 1 of playoffs. The Spring Kings apparently are back as We go to game 4 to see if TT can pull out silver scrapes from the get-go here in the LPL Spring Playoffs.
Yankees on the chase, heartbreaker forward, branches away from it, the charm just wide, but he is the only and there go the entirety of Mad Lions, that's 2, he's looking for more, he's looking for 3, he chases Chasey underneath the tower, it's 3, can he make it 4, Rock and Stone, Broken Blade.
But who he gets caught out as 100 Thieves don't get a chance to defend the tower from falling, but they got 1 kill while Licorice is making work in the base.
Yeah, he's already on the end here.
6A!
Oh my
On
god!
6A, Trace 1, he flashes back, he's still alive! Closure tries to look for the punish, but Closures get taken out! Golden Guardian's now on the front, double lift is gone, Fierce is the only damage carry left alive! It's just an acid Bucio, no way, Golden Guardians! Have they done it? 6A has been taken out as well, but Licorice and Gory are still alive! This just might be it! Golden Guardians!
They've done it!
哇，小老虎直接尝试去开团，自己看着仙鬼石板甲，但是可能要把自己给卖掉了。我的天呐，他在干什么？刘伟强也被打残。这一波方 plus 可能要做撤退，卡特琳第一波先去打前排的 Rookie 第一时间可能要被融化了，猴子先倒 ，Rookie 残血拉开，再强行进去，要被泽林在空中击落 ，K 3个人在围他，没有被大叔给拍了一下 ，K 想跑被拍回来，强行换，没能换掉后排的残血，林伟强一丝血往后拉扯，到林伟强的天下，林伟强看见了残杀，开始拉扯，被纳尔拍住，维沃尔这波也立功，又到了残局，纳美精准的水炮将最后一个球就抛起，被纳尔。그리고 와 지금 자 자연이죠 자연이죠 들어가요 이건 갑니다 이러면 캐릭터 비상
一个人吃了，确实应该要稍微拖一下时间就好了，把视野先巩固住，不要有机会给 BYG 开。
空月大绕背，扫野好像是没有被扫到了，这里很想开啊，空月，
开
空月出来开，因为全部人都开到了。第二段的无极风暴，现在搭配的是自己队友的一个进场一溜进去，
不够吗？
两边去打了一个互换，但是小炮不在啊。这里随着辛朵拉的倒地，自己的 AD 是还没有参战，白贝贝进到塔下带一个电磁炮的贴近，最后一下的普攻崛起的反击风暴想要运，但 BYG。
Herald will be starting soon. Younghoon's on the step forward. Death Sentence connects. Kobe cleanses away. Rocket grab into a fist in the face. Advient's drop low. 200, 100. Tick, tick. Feathers fly. Flash forward for Kobe. The double kill for Kobe.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We were stepping out. Gonna get this party started.
would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
And now we arrive at playoffs. That elusive time of the year where all of your practice is put to the final test. The moment where that single prevailing question is answered. Can you show up when it matters? It doesn't matter if you're a rookie or a veteran or, well, rookie. This is your shot at the trophy. This is what it's all been about. Keep your eyes on the prize as the world keeps their eyes on you.
The LPL are kings again.
Your heart of glass, empty and hollow.
Shine out, just infinite advantage in the top side. Has his ultimate, if he could find the stun. This could be a kill from the Shine. Flashes in.
Yes, Knight jumps in on the Doggo, who's forced to cleanse to get himself away. But they've already killed off Baolan. They're going to kill off a hell of a lot more. 3 kills, maybe 4, maybe make it a clean 5-0. JDG are having fun this game.
Flip back into the game. But Tarzan,
Oh
he's gone!
my God! LPC gets sniffed out of existence as soon as LGD. LNG just methodically eviscerate LGD. No man's land escape right now. I don't think he can get out of this one. Yukao should come around the corner and pop his bubble. As Beituan chases him down. This is another big shutdown going over. Unless Leave can do something about it. Oh my God! ADG's Leave is on another level.
It's you, your brothers in arms, and a shot at the title. You either go all out or you go home. So let's see what you're made of.
我觉得对面卢卡是比较喜欢玩发育英雄的，然后我会多注意他们的野辅联动。我觉得他们的野辅是会在前期特别喜欢搞事情的。我觉得我个人常规赛的发挥有时候会有点急吧，或者说有点焦虑吧。我觉得我在季后赛的时候，我打算变得更加冷静一点吧，然后跟队伍沟通也多一些。都加油吧！我希望我们的季后赛是一场精彩的比赛。
Angel and good spirits here, and why shouldn't he be moving into playoffs, or rather moving into match point now? that should continue. My name is Eric. I'm joined by Kitty. Breathe gets MVP for game number 3, Kitty. And for RNG, it looks like they're starting to get a really good read on how TT approaches this game because, man, players like this are just annihilating TT.
Yep. I wouldn't have given MVP to anyone else other than Breathe. Man got 2 solo kills onto Hoya for this Kennen. And all it took was Wei ganking this top lane at level 4 and it got the ball rolling so early on for this Kennen matchup where he was able to take over every single laning phase. The entire laning phase rather, and all these team fights where Huanfeng was really struggling to do any DPS since you're just a little Zeri up against a little rat that is extremely fed.
Yeah, and finds himself in a great situation. Again, these solo kills came close and like Breathe with the fancy footwork winning out in the end, but it continued around the whole map. Even Huanfeng suffering from the pains of this top laner, and Kitty, like, Rabadons came after this. He was 3 items up before Hoya could even touch the edge of his second.
Yeah, he bought the Force of Nature and Merc Treads, but it just wasn't enough because this Kennen, it doesn't matter if the K'Sante has MR, the rest of your team doesn't. But it's definitely something that TT should consider banning out if they're not going to first pick it away for Hoya. We know that Hoya is also a very good Kennen player, but I think the instance up against Breathe is that he also has a lot of counters against this Kennen, so it's a little bit scary for him to blind it compared to RNG for the past 2 series. But if you get rid of this, there's still the Wukong available. But if you get rid of the Wukong, that means the ADCs are going to be available. So banning phase is going to be really tough. But I think from just result-based analysis, the Wukong and Kennen needs to go.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And yeah, there's always more, but I think, you know, the direction that Wei's been getting off the back of this Wukong feels like it definitely has to be taken off. Kennen, as you just said, needs to be taken as well. As our crowd looks ready to go. Let's jump into draft game number 4. RNG now on match point here in round 1 to show us if their spring kingness will continue. As Kitty, it doesn't matter whatever changes in the draft. RNG are just not willing to give UCal this Tristana.
Yep, this Tristana just means the Elise is also going to automatically get taken off the board because that is what Beitran and UCal are most comfortable on. But that just means RNG, unless they get rid of the Kennen here, Hoya most likely going to blind pick it in the first 3 from this first half of the banning and picking phase. But I think the most interesting thing is that the Xayah has been taken away from TT as Beitran was really struggling to get those tower dives onto Gala and Ming for the 3rd game. So if you take away the Xayah, then Gala is going to be a lot more vulnerable and can get stuff done in the early game.
I mean, for TT in this first pick, we get to see what Huanfeng puts a priority on because, again, for TT, maybe the Kennen, they first pick it away.
Oh, wow!
But Kitty, they have left RNG the Wukong again, so what's going to stop them?
Yeah, the Wukong and Jace most likely going to get locked in here because it is a very good flex between Breathe and Angel. And we've seen Angel play Jace. That is his, like, one of his best AD mid laners, to say the least. I mean, they can honestly even flex to the Sejuani because it just has such good synergy alongside that champion. But it does look like Wei's going to change things up a little bit and take the Vi, perhaps even the Zeri here, just to get that duo off the board. Okay,
well, Zeri would be a bit more influential. I feel like this Nasus needs to stop. Like, RNG are just flexing it in the Kennen's face. I guess just showing some matchups that could be favorable. As you were talking about, though, bottom lane could be the priority. However, this Gragas has been appearing quite a bit, and this time around, looks like it will be going to Breathe up in that top lane versus the little rat we talk about. But PT, hey, just take away the Wukong for yourself this time. It's been great this series.
Yeah, the Maokai is also a very viable option, but I would prefer the Wukong over Maokai because nowadays Maokais don't build AP, they go full on Sunfire, and I think that just defeats a lot of the purpose of a Maokai jungle when it does come to those major objectives. But it is going to get the, TT is going to get the Talia lock-in for this game 4, where that just means the Ahri is going to get instantly locked in, and Angel's Ahri is probably one of his best champions when it does come to the synergy with Wei.
Finally get to see it come out in this series. There it is, locked in. Strong mid jungle 2v2 here for RNG. Maybe a bit of a different direction depending on how it gets utilized here. As Kitty, for RNG, they've left the bot lane to the wayside, but I can say the same thing about TT. So here we go. AD carry bans and support bans galore are just going to fly.
Yeah, I want to see the Aphelios and Delusion taken off here as well, but it does seem like it is going to be a Jinx game for either of these ADCs. Most likely Gala, he has been a very big fan of the Jinx in the bottom lane, and Ming playing the Nautilus for 2 games in a row. I'm sure he's going to be more than happy to play that champion for a third.
Yeah.
But it does seem like these 2 ADCs are going to have a lot of pressure on their shoulders as they need to make up for that lack of AD damage when it comes to these team fights. So perhaps something like the Jinx and Aphelios, but we saw from game 2 where Gala locked in the Jinx, and maybe it was Gala diff, maybe it was Ocean Soul diff.
I think both were applicable in that game. I have to say though, it's just a shame we're not getting Huanfeng on the Draven, you know, the junior Jackie back in the day when he came out of IG Young and was playing the same thing as their world champion AD carry at the time. Look, we don't get that, but you already mentioned it. Things like the Aphelios, the Jinx getting banned away, so maybe RNG just go for the standard. Zeri versus Aphelios, what a fun matchup we can explore.
Yay! But something that I do want to explore is the support position, because it does seem like the Rakan could perhaps be the option for Ming in this game 4, and it's going to get traded off for that Nautilus. But TT for this game 4, locking in what RNG has been using to find success in those earlier games, which is the Kennen and Wukong, but can they pull up the same effect is really the question, because you have a lot of angles to play towards. Huanfeng having a lot of setup with this Aphelios getting locked in, but you can't leave your Kennen alone on an island.
No, you can't, because look, Hoya won't get the same treatment as Breathe. Well, hang on. Maybe I shouldn't say that too early. Maybe we should sit there and think about that one as Yao Yao on the Nautilus is a good thing. So, previously known as Mr. Pudding, well, just Pudding for short. RNG.
Mr. Pudding?
RNG, well, I put the Mr. in front. Yao Yao's name before was Pudding. I don't know why he changed his name from Pudding. It was the best LPL name by far. And Yao Yao just, which, I mean, could mean want, like a cute way of saying I want in Chinese. It
also like translates to wobbly, Yao Yao. You know, when you shake something and it's like wobbly. Yeah, it could. There's a lot of translations. We don't know which accent it is, but it is going to be the Leona lock-in for that last pick of RNG. So it does seem like a lot of setup for both teams, but RNG having that extra mobility with the Ari and Vi locked in for this game 3 is going to be the key to success. Because if they play around the vision control correctly, as Ming is also on a melee support, then these major objectives are going to be really hard to face check, since we don't really have a true tank on TT's hand.
No, we don't indeed, but we do have an Aphelios versus a Zeri kitty. Finally, we get to see the most interesting matchup in League of Legends. Zeri versus Aphelios, which is just a fresh flash in the pan that we might not ever see again. Guys, rejoice this day, because as we go through in patches, maybe, just maybe, we'll walk into something like Veins and Kaisers again, and then we'll miss the Zeri versus Aphelios, which can only be described as some of the greatest parts of League of Legends. Is taking on a more serious note, I can tell you one thing that's not about this bottom lane kitty. Seeing UCal on something that can influence the map, maybe more so a different direction. We know for TT's mid laner, he's played things like, I guess, Akali, Yone, Jace, Veigar, Ryze, maybe more up that alley, but he doesn't play things that really influence the map. And in fact, for UCal, he didn't play a single Talia game in the regular season. When TT are against match point and need to take us to a game number 5, they have thrown this spanner in the works as we get some kind of backdrop here. Very cute to run us in. It's on top of Summoner's Rift. Oh my God, that's cool. But is it going to be as cool as TT trying to take us to their own match point? As RNG have arisen here in round 1 of our LPL playoffs.
I just got added on Twitter Hysterics by LPL Fan Club, and he filled us in on the information. Apparently Yao Yao is his girlfriend's ID, and
Nice.
they've been dating for 10 years, so that is very wholesome things
Oh,
happening
that
on the
is
Rift
cute.
right
That's
now.
like getting a tattoo that's not permanent. Perfect stuff. That's as close, you know. It doesn't matter if anyone gets there. Or I've got to stop talking now, because I feel like some people listening may have a tattoo of their significant other on their body. Good for you. Do what makes you happy. You know what? You've got the gumption to do that, and I'm proud of you. Much like
Yeah,
RNG had
Yao's
the
winning
gumption
in
in this
life.
game. Yeah, look, Yao is... How many brownie points would you get for doing that? Like, if I
Oh.
put my future wife's name as my... Oh, maybe I should. Yao,
You
you're
can still
a
change
genius.
a hysterics.
I can change. It's not permanent. IGNs aren't forever.
Yeah, caster names aren't forever. Tomorrow we might just get another caster other than hysterics, but
True.
you know, very wholesome things to start of this match point for TT. But to be fair, you said UCal first time playing this Talia, it does signify that all of the resources are going to go towards this Achilles and Kennen. But I won't be surprised if we're gonna get 3-man guys on repeat for this Gragas.
Someone just messaged me and said Yao is only 21. Did you say 10 years? Kitty, did you say 10 years?
No, I didn't.
Oh, no, but they've known each other.
Oh,
LPL
they've
fan
known
club
each other
on
for
Twitter.
10 years.
Oh, okay,
I
yeah,
can't
yeah.
read.
No. But they've known each other. That's important context. Choose the person messaging me that important piece of information. Look, at the very least, it's a solemn thing to say. We need to go into this game a bit, though, Kitty, because it is playoffs. And look, for Wei, he's been spotted out by UCal with some good warding coming through from TT. So they are tracking RNG's jungler quite well, while Beituan is on the same side of the map now towards the blue buff.
You already see Beitron being a very sneaky jungle, pathing towards that top side as well, as the wave is going to slowly bounce back from Breathe, and it's going to get into a very awkward position for this guy to deal with. The Tribush Ward has already been planted on the side of RNG, however, so it is going to get easily spotted out. But if Ming is, once again, an absolute nutcase on this Leon and lands every single E onto the enemy bot lane, and Waycat is on this, he might just go for a 4-minute dive.
Wei has been paying attention to Gala, not only for just this series, but for a whole split. This is the carry of RNG that gets set up for success. Now, in this series so far, Angels had a pretty good showing. Breathe last game getting MVP for a reason. Some round things might be different because Breathe not doing too well in the top lane versus the range, but we know that to be true. As for Scuttle Crab, Beituan, is he going to lose it? Well, Smite does come through. Beituan picks it up, and Wei just has to walk out of there empty-handed.
What a Giga Chad, because your bowling didn't have the lane push either, so he just straight up outsmited Wei in an isolated 1v1, but Wei is going to wrap around. And TT has a ward. That's a really nice ward. They're going to spot him out soon.
Yeah, again, Yao, how much time does he have to work with those? Black Center play, dredge line block. There's the Vault Breaker in. Shield's broken. Yao flash on, grabbing him under turret though. Wei's going to be traded. First blood goes over to Gala, but a kill response for Wanfong, who's got the caliber from Zenith Blade with a kite back. Wanfong is playing it close, but the fact that both ADs get a kill, Kitty, that spices it up.
I swear with another Leona skin, that E lands, and that is going to be cleansed from Huanfeng. But really great stuff from the side of RNG. Unfortunately, Wei diving a little bit too much, but the first blood is going to go into Gala's hand. And this narrative has been just used way too many times. But if Gala ever gets that first blood, he is not slowing down anytime soon.
No way.
Ward does spot him out, but Ming being extra proactive, flashing out of bush, so TT couldn't react to this. I think Yao should have flashed right here, but it was so late where all the damage has already been done, and of course RNG committing all the flashes does mean it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but Gala having the extra gold in his pockets is going to do wonders in this Aphelios versus Zeri matchup.
Yeah, the funnest matchup of all, but meanwhile, speak of the top lane, Devil, because Breeze with flash, body slam, the flash from Hoya means that this top lane Cannon's in a bit of trouble. It's bully Cannon day, it seems, but is he getting out? No way. Not again. Barrel roll with Beituan showing the Vault Breaker way under turret. Does he have a death wish? Wei just wants to watch the world burn.
Wei just went from bot lane gank to base, to top lane gank to base. He's gonna get double scuttled, but I guess as long as you get your solo laners ahead, right? But Beituan playing up this tempo, RNG is gonna really struggle to find this tempo back because your jungler just keeps dying, and when the Vi is behind in the early game, she's so squishy, since every time you commit that ultimate, you're going to get... There's no way out for you, to be honest.
Yeah.
So if Wei gets too greedy with all these 1-for-1 trades, it is going to fight him in the
Pushy.
end.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely will.
I can hear my brain just stop working.
I love that Wei is just, again, just doesn't care. Refuses to really show any respect, and might have died twice, but let's be real, the kill set up on Gala, that's enough for RNG and has been in the past, as you said. RNG, because of the bot lane pressure, are able to get this dragon. Top lane, though, the other thing is, Kitty, that as seismic shot comes through from UCal onto Angel. As Hoya picked up the kill, he still has a CS lead, and Kitty, that top side is a bit of an issue, considering how well Kennen has performed in this series.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade Hoya will take that any day of the week, as ultimates are coming online for all solo laners. If UCal decides to just pop everything towards that top side, Breed, not having the amount of health that he desires, can just get dove on the next wave that gets pushed in from UCal, but Angel desperately trying to make that not happen because he already knows that he doesn't have the ult for the dive anymore, so UCal can come back top lane.
Yes, indeed. Weaver's Wall needs to be used in this early game as Hoya will just use that information. Maybe make lane even easier. Wei is up in this top side. For context, he doesn't have level 6 just yet. Beichuan is the same, but Beichuan got an extra couple of camps while Wei was deciding to kill and dive. So, should be closer towards level 6 in theory. And again, assist from Wei. Kitty, got to do a bit of math for this one. However, Beichuan, let's be real, just shouldn't be far off regardless, right? When that Cyclone comes up and he can start utilizing that ulti too.
Yeah, Cyclone is now online, or level 6 is now online for both junglers, so we need to do a bit of a flash check of where top lane is the most vulnerable right now. The Herald also spawning in 5 seconds, so Hoya is he is currently over pushed, so he has to play very respectfully.
Isn't it just crazy that Rift Herald comes out of a crack in the ground, stands there after screaming, and just chills out, just waits for its opponent? It's literally, it's like its own fight club.
Huh. I think you're onto something.
You think I'm onto a Void fight club? I think Shelly is just a precursor to Baron. She's gearing up the area for Baron. And people come and kill her, and then Baron gets really mad because her daughter's dead. I'd be pissed off
Shelly's
as well.
the seat warmer. So she's just warming up the seat for Baron to spawn in at 20 minutes in the game. But with TT picking up that first Herald, maybe drop it towards top, so this Kennen just becomes the Kennen that we've been knowing for the past 3 games. But we saw that if Huanfeng is also given all the resources, he's more than happy to carry. So I do want some light being shown on this ADC of TT. I think he's been a little bit too overshadowed by the solo laners in this series so far. And he's on his Aphelios pick, which I think is his best champion out of his entire champion pool right now.
Yep.
So if they try and just make something happen, because you haven't engaged Huyao's level 6 now, play towards the Graviton, play towards the Nautilus, and get Gala behind.
H1's been a jungler in this series who started out really strong, but yeah, has been falling off a bit. Let's be real, the decision-making, the lane priority has been a little bit questionable in some of these games. And, you know, Wei was on the Wukong himself, but Wei was the one making those proactive moves happen. Now, he's been proactive here in this game despite some of the tragedies that we've seen. However, it's set up that bottom lane that is 20 CS up. Like, bot looks real good at the moment, Kitty. That Immortal Shield Bow should come through from Gala as well soon. Should be matched by Huanfeng at some point, but let's be real. Gala is just looking so ready to carry this game as RNG now group up towards the bottom side. Dragon's set up for a minute 15, but Kitty, you know where this could be going.
Yep, most definitely. Classic RNG and getting this bot lane parity in terms of vision control. You don't see Beichuan and UCal doing the same extent on the other side where they only have one ward, but I think Yao Yao, one of his weaknesses is just letting go of this bottom lane and working with Beichuan and making plays on the other side of the map, because Hoya is still a very viable carry for this team. But if you're going to constantly sit in a losing lane, well, Beichuan and UCal are also slowly bleeding out in terms of the control they have around the entire map.
There continues to be deep vision that's highlighted here in front of our screens. Wei is just waiting for someone to come in. He's waiting for Beichuan, who was spotted out cross mid. RNG grouping up as 3. I mean, the patience here, Kitty. They're not losing much, really, I guess, for the time being. But TT, like, where are these people? A little bit sus.
I guess Beichuan can also just drop it mid lane and let UCal free of this mid lane, as he can also just use the Weaver's wall and start impacting the side lanes of the map. But look at the CS differential in that bottom lane, already 30 from an isolated matchup. So I'm getting a little bit, perhaps it could be a repeat of that game 2 we saw from Huanfeng.
Way's waiting in the brush though. TT, here we go, finally comes through. Base one can't escape. Charm soul for everything, no clone for you. Ming picks him off. RNG, the patience will be rewarded.
TT, you can't just give up your entire bot side camps and expect to walk back in without getting punished in some way. As RNG, they use the vision so perfectly and they play off these picks where it's going to be the second dragon now going into RNG's hands.
Way has just switched on to another level as TT are going to bring the teleport in, but as they walk in, this is still dangerous. Yao Yao getting a depth charge. I don't know where Ming was going, but I know where he ended up. It's the flash forward. Yukao now in trouble as well. Gala picks up another one. RNG also got the dragon. This series has quickly become one that is never giving up.
Yep, this one is exploding out of TT's hands as Breathe, he had to TP back to lane while Hoya TP towards that bottom side. But I don't think this Gragas is going to get too much in terms of gold. Only one plate, while RNG sitting on 2 dragons already is going to threaten that soul point very soon. But just the flash ulti instantly onto Beichan, Leon onto Ari Charm. He can go make a coffee and he'll still be there.
Man, Grey Screen comes because of it. Way again, great result as Kitty, as you said, 10 TP, but look how far apart TP are.
Yeah, it's pretty ineffective TP coming out of TT, and RNG, they're so connected in terms of the synergy, and they just all burn the summoners towards that pick onto Yaya, and you just should never be contesting that, especially when your jungler's already dead. You don't have the smite to flip the 50-50, just give it up and play towards top. Use your resources towards top because you already gave up your bottom priority.
You lose a bit of that CS lead through top lane because of that TP as well. Kitty, look at the difference now. Waves crashing in, but before it was close to 30 themselves for Hoya. This cannon has been equalized a little bit by Breathe, and hell, as you said, bottom lane, not only is Gala maintaining that CS lead, but now he's got another kill on top. Zeal picked up too with the Immortal Turbo, and he's got a bounty. Gala is just chilling his way all the way to 3 items areas. TT now spotted out in the ward. Down on this bottom side, trying to make a play here and defend bottom, but TT being read every step of the way.
Beichan's back in that corner again.
He's going to clone out this time. He's lucky to get away as the Season's Assist is up and available. RNG clearing out the ward and grouping up. Kitty, they're grouping as a 3 or a 4-man stack consistently.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Weaver's Wall once from Yukao yet, and it's hitting the 14-minute mark. Tower platings have gone down, so all the resources that you wanted to give to your side lane has just gone down by so much, and Gala really pushing up. For what reason? You can't do this as a Zeri when you have Wukong and Talia if you play correctly.
Setting up for a dive in the meantime, though. TT, look, you talk about that Weaver's Wall. He's going towards mid. Lucky the play didn't ensue. Turret goes down at the very least. Anyway, RNG with a 2k gold lead at 14 minutes into the game. The Spring Kings. It just feels like a bit of that magic has come into a series that did feel a little bit doomed from the start. I'm not going to lie. Whatever was in game 1 just changed drastically. It's like a brand new team led by this man in the jungle. Now on a pick that isn't the Wukong, but still doing hell's bells as Kitty. Now top's getting threatened. They're just moving across the map for free because TT looking a little bit headless themselves at the moment.
Yeah, you open up the bottom lane, and now Gala has rotated towards this main lane. The Weaver's Wall.
What can be done? Seismic shove. Is it going to be used here? Well, RNG just walked it on out. The Weaver's Wall's now down. Breathe moving in there, trying for this blue buff, but Kitty, I'm worried. 5 members are here. Barrel roll. Body slam. Ulti, he got it.
What?
Oh, worth an all chat for that.
You know what, Breathe? After your previous 3 games, I'll give you this one. That was definitely a message being sent over to TT. Your blue buff's gone for now, but the next one is going to be your play of dreams.
RNG just have to win this singular game. They'll move to round 2. They'll face off against Billy. They've got a long journey ahead of them, but for RNG, it's still possible here. Is onto the Herald for TT, needing this objective. They haven't picked up one yet, not even a turret. And TT already used some of the ultis, but we've got enough here to turn the engagement to Dreadline. Dollarflay dodged away from. Doesn't shove, doesn't connect. As Yao Yao's in the middle at half HP. Gala's got that ult ticking away as depth charge onto Gala. Fake one. Meanwhile, on the back line, TT is looking good. Dreadline nets him the kill, but Gala's still poking out. That ulti, is it there? No, it's expired. Gala's run out of steam. Ming with the Dennis Blade, though, takes the fight as RNG aren't giving this up. Breeze jumps in the middle of 4 people and doesn't survive to tell the tale. There's the Spirit Rush as the Orb of Deception's there. Angel forces the flash out of Yukal. Look at who died, a 2 for 2, and everyone threw bricks at the wall.
That was honestly a really good play for TT because they also picked up the Herald where RNG, they could have just gone for the T1 and give that up because Breeze decided to use his ultimate to steal the blue. I think if he had that ultimate available, it would have just been a clean wipe for the side of RNG, unfortunately. So that is going to be the angle for TT to come back as Huanfeng did pick up a kill as well. And also just getting a lot of nice picks as this third dragon going to get started by RNG.
But will RNG be left in peace? We know the answer is no. Huanfeng, my only problem is, Kitty's got no mana. So Moonlight Vigil's not up and available, but either way, Huanfeng is running a bit on empty. Dragon's going to be pulled out as Breed just makes a heroic entrance with the teleport on the back of the pit. And looks like TT is zoned out.
Does seem that way, but Aphelios does have a bit of mana now, so it is going to be a lot better in terms of the 5v5, but they should take this. Poya doesn't have the flash, however, no ultimate either on the cannon. They have to stop Poya.
Herald going to be charging meanwhile. There's the red line. It lands onto Breeze. It says the ulti in the back. Soulflare on the jungle. Gala's already taken down Yao Yao. TT have just been sent back for the dragon as it doubles on Gala's head. Huanfeng tagged by the laser, but TT are backing away. They ain't giving that penta to the man. As Herald's left charging, Mr. Observer, I see that, but on look towards mid. Is Hoya able to close the gap? No. Gala just walks past him and back towards mid, while Angel teleports topside to get a turret. Net win for RNG.
RNG really doesn't care about the Herald being dropped mid, losing that 2-1 as well. Hoya has the ultimate here. Is he gonna go look for a kill into Angel? No
Hoya
flash.
versus Angel. First land. Favor Frost is good. Spirit Rush, Charm, Orb. Hoya looking for the gap close. No flash available though, so that's where it ends. Angel doing a bit of damage himself on the way out.
And we're gonna take a replay of what happened here because I believe it all started off with Yaya hitting a hook onto Breathe. And with Huanfeng not having enough damage because it's just so scary walking up, and also the dragon is just never in your priority. You can't contest it since your 2 front line kind of just went in and died. Instead of playing it slower and with Huanfeng. So if TT wants to win these fights, they need to play it a lot slower and play within Huanfeng's range and let Yukal do his thing where it lets the enemy team walk into the clear.
But let's be real, with Huanfeng's damage, we're not going to be talking about the relevancy as much, Kitty, because Bot is a 50 CS lead with an item in with that amount of gold, an item advantage. Renan's is picked up with Caulfield and a Cloak of Agility. We almost have a 3-item Zeri. Aphelios is almost 2 items. So Huanfeng at a bit of a loss here, while Gala is set up to spike this ball down of a series.
And that all boils down to Beichuan just not finding the angles for this bottom lane of TT, which is hurting Huanfeng so much. Just imagine if he had the resources and he has equal items compared to Gala, but no Weaver's Wall for the first 14 minutes, no tower platings going into this Aphelios. His hand is going to be the difference between the Zeri and Aphelios for now. But 3 dragons in RNG's hands. It's also Inferno, where TT, we said that they don't have a proper frontline for these 5v5s, so just imagine dealing with a 3-item Inferno Zeri.
The Charm, Everfrost, Angle. No, he's not going to follow that up as Hoya had ulti as well to turn it around. He'll sit in the top side. Meanwhile, as Way comes up, Cannon like to be bullied as far as the series goes, as RNG just open up so Angel can get himself the turret. Kitty, second turret going to be going down here. That'll be a 3k gold lead at 20 minutes.
Yep, as Angel is going to deny the cannon. Hopefully, I don't think it's going to be denied. Well, that is a little bit sad. But just looking at the items from Angel, throwing the Banshees, a kill from Breathe. He's angry.
A kill maybe. The turret is dead.
What?
Breathe did ram Yukal in as all it takes is a bit of shot back. Meanwhile, Yaya flashes. One Fong is hitting Wei, who went so deep. Depth charge to follow him up. Wei is one hit away as the range is there, but Hoya now joins in for the teleport. Meanwhile, what is happening? TT gets bot as well. RNG decided to stab themselves in the stomach and then the leg at the same time.
Yeah, they shot themselves in the foot. I don't know what Wei was trying to accomplish in that mid lane, while your Gragas did have 2 people in the bottom, but a big overstep, and now the Baron's gonna get threatened.
TT have 5 members in front of it. Wade's not up for 10 seconds. He's got a long way to go. As Charm connects. They're finding a pick up the back end. Ignites down. Yao jumps back in, but maybe to his death. Hoya pops the ulti. It's good, but Gala's still alive. He's firing away flashes. Gala, no! He'll be taken down, but Angel versus Baitron versus Cal. The Charm only under the clone. Spirit Rush, Orbit Deception. Baitron gets the bonk. The bonk is good.
My God,
Breed comes in. It's a triple kill for the jungler now, but Breed with the explosive cast needs to finish what he started. Cutting away from Cal. He's stuck in a 1v2. He's body bomb flashes onto base 1. It's a breath of fresh air with Wei coming in. RNG win, but this game has just become fuck wild.
Hysterics, the Inferno Soul spawning in 30 seconds, and TT's entire roster is dead. How are they going to set up for this next dragon? I have no idea how. But Gala won a 3v4 in that instance, where Wei was just, with this replay, it shows that he was way too overcommitted to this kill, and Huan Fang also burning the flash and Gale Force just meant no follow-up from the side of RNG. Meanwhile, we have Breeze 1v2ing in that bottom lane, which did hold off the jungler and the mid laner of TT for a very long time, but all of these spells for this dragon was used onto Yaya. He didn't die instantly, but Gala honestly just popped off in this team fight. He did so much before dying as Huan Fang finally decided to target the Zeri, but it was a little bit too late already as he traded 1-for-1 for that ADC in the very end. But the TP from Breeze, this fight lasted for so long, Hysterics.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because RNG still comes out on top.
Oh, the game might end in the bottom left hand corner of our screen by the time we get to this. Because, yeah, as you said, it goes for a while. Lots of Gragas belly breathing here, learnt and exemplified. Breeze is 4-2-1. Despite getting caught out before, and Gala, as you said, took one Fong with him to the depths. RNG, 3,000 gold, and they got Infernal Soul, Kitty. They got Infernal Soul off the back end as Hoya. Is he ready to meet his maker? Angel comes through, gets away to Banshee. Jeff Frost doesn't connect here. Good poke damage. The stretch line is aimed into the nether. RNG, 5 members stack up, ready to reposition towards Baron Kitty and try and draw TT in.
Next up for TT is really just to get to
Ulti
the it's
again.
not even gonna be
Wait,
safe.
found him, but this time Solar Flare doesn't connect as well on the left side of the side. Breach jumps in onto Yao. Cyclone for Gala. Chasing up, he's over the wall. But he hasn't found one Fong. Explosion from the Infernal Soul. Ultra Shock Laser. Remember, they said it was a good idea that had terrain scaling.
But they didn't get Huan Fang, they got Beitran, and now it's going to be the Inferno Soul and also Baron in the hands of RNG. I think TT in this game state is going to be impossible for Hoya to do anything on the side lane because we see them consistently trying to do something in this top, but the amount of mobility that RNG has and complete control of the top side jungle, I think TT is just going to slowly bleed now because they're getting desperate. They need vision on this Baron, but by face checking, well, RNG just says, we're going to engage on you with all the ultimates available, and that's 2 people dead for the side of TT, and Huan Fang and Yukao both sitting on, I believe, one kill shared together. They just don't have the items online yet.
It's a sad end to TT, it feels like. Again, game's not over, but this looks like the finishing touches for RNG. They pick up the Baron. And Kitty, as Breathe is up here, how are you going to stop this back? All he needs is to hold for 4 seconds as Beitwan moves to the dive. Breathe, thinking about it, like, okay, if you come for me, it's going to be hard to dive me. Meanwhile, we could end through mid as the inner turret is getting dove between Yao. Dredge line doesn't connect, but Gala now hitting the turret. Breathe decides to stay. Explosive cast is used up here as Hoya locking in place. He's still not dead, though. He's still not dead. Breathe doesn't care a gigaton right now. As Breathe kiting away, still alive, but buys enough time. Meanwhile, RNG are in your home.
Well, they Thanks, Breathe, because that's just mid and hidden bot. Tier 3 tower for the side of RNG. Tier 2 and Tier 3, honestly, they can just force this because Breathe still has that TP available, but they can just win a 3v4 and have so many ultimates burnt for a Gigaton in the top lane.
There you go.
Talia's not even going to rotate back.
RNG are just whacking down the base in what started as a horrendous series for RNG. Ever since game 2, their quality, not only of living but plays has been better. Way jumping in, maybe cursing me a bit, but it is going to be a trade as now Zeri ulti comes through. Gala is shocking him down. Look at that damage with Angel mixed in, with Angel flashing in, with RNG feeling it. The Spring Kings return. UCal getting hit out of Gala, only runs forward, only knows death. A triple kill in round 1 of playoffs. Gala surviving by an inch, but now turns to the turrets. It's Nexus turret time. The Spring Kings not only return, but they deny TT from going any further in their first ever playoffs. RNG 3-1, and now their run begins.
RNG coming out into the playoffs with a statement series up against TT. And Gala, well, you think of RNG, your ADC, and he had such an amazing performance on this Zeri.
Cannot believe the return. The way TT started the series again, it cannot be stated that I felt like they were firm favorites straight up the first game, but RNG, I don't know what happened backstage. I don't know how they recovered. But Kitty, there's got to be some magic at work here today.
Gala smiled, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
He is happy, and that is the difference between game 1 and game 2 to 4, because a happy Gala means the world isn't going to stop RNG, and they're gonna do the playoffs run with this roster. But with just how they were able to control the entire map state alongside Wei, even though Wei was trading 1-for-1, they were very meaningful deaths, and they got the solo laners ahead, and TT, they just suffered the entire early game and ended up suffocating.
And I can't believe how the delivery of play improved as well. Like, you know, part of that suffocation, part of getting the solo lanes ahead, of course, was on Wei, you know, setting up Gala for success and continuously applying that vision in the enemy jungle that allowed RNG to continuously hover over bot. It was really nice to see that RNG did their due diligence, and I think it's part of the learning experience. And I guess if I'm using the word experience, I should also mention that the experience of RNG allowed them to adapt through the series and be able to play this out as well as they did. So, again, props to Royal Never Give Up, who obviously utilizing that. Wei's been in the position many times, Kitty, and Gal has been in the position many times. Like, this was a really good day for them.
Yeah, definitely. And Gala, Ming, Wei just working together as that classic trio of RNG, and of course with the addition of Angel and Breathe. Honestly, we are talking about Gala, but my personal MVP is Breathe in that top lane. The amount of mental fortitude the guy has to get how many ganks throughout tonight. We need a counter for how many people were up in his lane, because man was all the pressure and letting Gala do whatever he wants on the other side.
Top lane was busy today. I want to see how many ganks came mid, because I feel like we didn't talk about mid ganks at all, apart from the first game. It was few and far between, Kitty. Like, it was all about top lane ganks. Bot then hovered as well. Mid laners had a quiet session where it was just about their individual laning phase, which was practically left alone. And from there, it was like, well, how do they affect the fights? How do they affect the skirmishes that we're talking a lot about with these compositions? So it is, again, nice to see that we get a change in flexibility and focus for both these junglers. But hey, let's be real. RNG, like, they smurfed on those later games of the series. You know, and TT might be out. They get a bit of a salute for making it this far, being seed number 8. But who knows what RNG are capable of from now.
Yep, the miracle playoffs run could just happen with this start, and it is very promising results from the entire roster of RNG. I'm really happy today because I got my prediction right. I said RNG 31. Very nice, Hysterics. But Gala, looking at the damage charts, this is just the difference between your jungler playing for you and your Wukong kind of leaving you on an island. And in patch 13.5, you can't ever do that. No. And TT had to learn it the hard way.
They did indeed. Huanfeng, I think Huanfeng had a pretty good series. I'm not going to lie. even in the down games, it felt like Juan Fong was one of the most solid elements today. Where, you know, Beichuan was a little bit back and forth. Hoya had some moments, and Kitty, I think Yukao wasn't that influential in that game, despite some others being quite a close call. But I think you can look at the reliability of this team for summer and be like, it's great that they have another carry in Juan Fong, who, again, I think really showed up today in moments where it counts.
Yeah, I think Hoya, he has had a very big development throughout this entire split one, where he was extremely shaky debuting on TT, but throughout the middle of the regular split, I think he became a very reliable person when it does get something like the Gwen, and that they can play towards those side lanes alongside Yukao. But for the playoffs, he really got exposed by Breathe, and just when in an isolated matchup, Hoya got outskilled. I don't know what else to say.
You've said it perfectly, right? You've said it perfectly. There was a lot of outskilling, and it felt like it developed again throughout the series. Gala with 43% damage, by the way. No one's surprised. Like, Gala was set up for that first kill, and that's the thing about RNG. The one reliable thing is if you're able to get Gala some gold in the early game, Kitty, more often than not, RNG just use that to snowball and take over. You said at the start, rely on Gala. They did exactly that.
Yep. Let's just think why game one went so bad for RNG. I honestly think it's because Wei realized, oh, camps don't mean much. I should play towards my bottom lane. He probably got some talk from the coach, and then he got the message from game 2 to game 4, where Beichuan, he was really just struggling trying to out-aggress?
Yeah,
Be
the
more
out-aggress
aggressive
works.
than Wei. And even getting the Wukong for that game 4, he was just having a very tough time as mid lane was constantly getting pushed in.
Yeah, and look, out-aggressed, you can use it with a variety of players here in this game as well. But I want to move forward into what awaits RNG now, because they are going to be going up against BLG. RNG versus BLG should be good as well, because like when we talk about BLG, it's Elk, Kitty. It is about Elk, and Elk versus Gala. Like, this matchup will be really nice, considering that Breathe versus Bin's also on the table, Wei versus Shun. Like, there's so many good elements here. And that's why for RNG, I kind of go, well, maybe is for them, this is a harder side of the bracket, because you have a lot of core carry 80 carries on this side that if they rely on Gala and it doesn't go well, then they're in a bit of trouble themselves.
Yeah, and speaking about BLG, I think Yago has really stepped up. Man is in ultra prime form. Ultra form.
Yeah.
Shout out to my boys Ultra Prime that has been unfortunately kicked out of playoffs. But him, I think that can just set up the tempo early, like the LeBlanc. He goes brazy with it, and I think if RNG isn't going to be able to respond to this, as Wei did sometimes look a little bit inconsistent in that early game, this could be an angle for BLG to really tackle.
I really hope there's something that's brought up. You know, again, BLG versus RNG will be in a couple of days' time, so brought up towards that mid lane. We're going to bring up Gala, though, for the time being. Bot looks exciting running forward and into round 2. I'm sure it's something that'll be talked about. 10-1 and 5. The damage insane, but just